Good morning. Where am I? Hello. Am I even live? Hi. Something. Gozaimasu? I really don't know where I am. 안녕. Good morning. Evening. Good whatever time it is there. Aw, shucks. My tummy no feel well. But seeing you guys make me smile, so that's okay. Hello, how was your day? How's your day going? Good morning. Oh, do I sound dead? I sound totally dead, don't I? Do I sound dead? Posture check, you're right. I'm crossing my legs. Chat, do you think I have a cold? Good morning. Is this a new background? Have I never... Yes, hydrate. Have I never used this before? Aw, man. My brain is buffering so slow. I'm in class. Hi, BMO's class. Good morning. Oh, my throat. Oh. Why are you in the forest? That is a very good question, good sir. I think that I need fresh air. And this is as close as I'm gonna get. Good morning. She lives, I know. How are you here? I didn't even tweet on Twitter. Aw, man. Secret stream. No one will know. Imagine I know, but please do not. Oh, I think I have a cold. Oh. Yo. I couldn't sleep last night, chat. Or the night before. Is it Friday? Got notification you turned on notification. Is that a thing here? Thank you. Got some cold meds. Isn't it? Okay. We've been through this. A cold is not a flu. And for colds, we drink herbal medicine from the schedule mess you made. I made a schedule? Chat, I barely know my own name at the moment.
I caught up with the last karaoke stream, and goddamn you sung Evanescence and Linkin Park so good. Also make sure to take care of yourself, doggo. We want healthy doggo smiles.
Aw, thank you. Actually, thank you for cheering, because then I don't have to read the text. My eyes are so droopy right now, you can even see. My eyes are half open. I'm like, I can't read that. And I don't know where my glasses are. Then hearing it is okay. Hearing it is okay. Why did you catch up to the karaoke thing? Didn't we nuke that? Where's Yamu? Yamu, nuke that shit. Nuke it. Nuke it right now. Nuking. Yamu don't nuke. Yamu could be asleep right at this moment. They don't know what's... He's on vacation, so he can't nuke it because he's... Aw, man. Yamu is on vacation. I saw. Wasn't Yamu was on like AFK something. I'm like, dang. Why you leave without nuking that shit? Good morning. What was I saying? I was gonna let her think he was here. You were gonna lie to me. Cause it's amazing. Oh, brother. I saw someone send in like the Discord server. Lesage was like... Someone showed Lesage the video. I don't know why. I don't think I can watch it without dying inside because then I have to hear myself. So now I'm just gonna sit.
The karaoke stream was amazing and needs to be per service for all time.
Please no. Oh, brother. Okay. Like, I think Yamu told me a couple of days ago that like there was like audio delay thingamabooby. My eyes are getting like their guys are closing more and more. Okay, what was I saying? Oh, I can't see. Should open my eyes. Hello. I'm gonna talk with my eyes this open. What was I saying? Oh, I'm so loopy. I'm so loopy. Yamu said there was audio delay. I forgot where I was going with it. Oh, so this morning before stream. What time is it? Did I start early? Wow, I'm so out of it. Where am I? Oh, right. This morning before I started stream, chat. I fixed the audio
Mr.
delay.
Lesage watched IT with Starlight Daryl, the composer for a lot of Mousie's original songs, and she was so impressed. Good job, doggo.
No, you're lying. That can... Another person heard me. Another person. I don't think... Was she just impressed that I opened my mouth and didn't shut it immediately? Beep boop. What was it? It's like 9:50. It's 9 a.m. Could you eat? I don't know. I think it's a cold, like masuk angin. And you know when you're like, when you call masuk angin, you kind of feel... Your tummy don't feel okay. I feel like if I consume food, I don't know what'll happen, but I know I have to consume food. You know what I mean? Because my tummy is empty. I have to consume food. But the idea of food is not fooding. This is the exact brain conditions that I am not allowed to stream in. Just gotta eat something light. Like talak angin. Eat something cause empty tummy, not food. You need to take meds. Oh, you're so right. I've been feeling unwell the past few days, chat. I had like things packed for like Tuesday and Wednesday. And I wasn't feeling well. One of those days, I completely blanked out and forgot all my vitamins until like literally 11 p.m. and I'm like, oh shite. And I just took them all. Brother, I know you're not supposed to. Maybe, I don't know. I just took them all like 11 p.m. and like hoping for the best. It's like I'm so off these days. Someone asked about glasses. I forced myself to go to the glasses store thing. Optician? Opta thingamaboob. And I tried some glasses on. Eye doctor, thank you. I tried some glasses on. I didn't know which one I liked. So I went home. Cause like you get your eye measured after you buy the glasses. Right? Right. It says when you follow someone on, there's a bell. I had it on personalized, now switch to always, or so technically I should not always get alert when you're streaming. Thank you. Thank you, Zero Raven, for the bit. And thank you for turning on notifications. Did you guys all turn on notifications? How did you know I'm here? You get prescription, then you buy glasses. Oh, yeah, Ray said the same thing, chat. And then I was like, but if you buy the glasses and have them measure it, they measure it for free. Right? And then Ray looked at me. I was like, you know what I mean? And Ray was like, why did you just go get your prescription, then go to the glasses store thing? And I was like, but if you get the glasses first, chat, they measure your eyes for free. It's like a buy one get one situation. You know what I mean? I will pay you to get your prescription. I honestly, chat, I don't even know how much. I've never been to I never gotten just my prescription. I've always just gotten the glasses and have them measure it. You know what I mean? I don't even know how much it costs. I literally don't even know how much it costs just to get your prescription checked. And then Ray just looked at me I don't know if she gave up, but she didn't say anything afterwards. You know that. Why didn't you ask la? You can ask for it you can ask for it at the glasses store. Are you shopping at Optic Malaway? Optic says, okay. I did go there. I saw the price of the glasses and I backed away. And then literally Ray deadass looked at me. Just get a fake one. He's like, just get a counterfeit one. I'm like, oh yeah, no, I get you. Because of the there was one like, oh, this one is decent. Looks at price 7 million. Well. maybe a bootleg one is kind of okay. You know what I mean? You can ask how much. They will just measure it for you at the optic glasses store thing, even if you don't buy it. Really? I thought it was a requirement. You know what I mean? Like if you don't buy glasses, you can't get your prescription checked. Thingamaboob. Huh. If you don't want to buy a new frame, clean your old one, bring it to the optic store and tell them you want to reuse your own. Oh. Ray saw my glasses. She also referred me to the new frames. It's not that bad. Probably. A lot of people will get their prescription then order Oh, you can order glasses on... Wow. Maybe I've identified as a non-glasses user for too long that I don't know enough about this. You can? I genuinely didn't know that. Much cheaper to... Huh! Please don't order. Are you afraid I'm gonna come and like some other glasses? And you have such little faith in me. When have I ever bought the wrong thing? Never. Never. No shopping. Hey, what? Okay, there must be a line. I don't think I would buy the wrong glasses. But also, I think about it. What if I get the left and right wrong and then the prescriptions are backwards? You know what I mean? You know what I mean? And then they'll just be backwards. And then I'll be like, guys, I'm still blind. I can see you buying a horse eye cover. Horse eye cover? What's a horse eye cover? Let me. There was a line. There is a line. Horse eye cover. What the heck is a horse eye cover? Ah, horse blinders. Why do you all know this? But they look so funny. Wait. No, actually, they could actually be glasses. No, if I think about it, they could. Do they even sell those on Shopee? They'll help you focus, really? So these actually help? Question mark. Wait, why do they look so funny? Wait, chat, let me show you what I'm seeing. How do I do that again? I'm the streamer, I should know, right? Oh, brother. Aw, my tummy. She doesn't know. What do I not know? I'll have you know I know many things, chat. How does it help you focus? It looks like it's just an eye cover. Why are they covering the eyes? I'm so confused. Are we gonna address the elephant in the room? That was an elephant in the room? Is it that concerning that I changed backgrounds? I don't even know. Actually, wait. Here. Boop. Chat, I don't think this will help me see. Thoughts? I don't think this will assist my eyesight. Like, what the heck is that? Oh wait, there's one with a thing on it. Wait. Like, how the hell? It's not an elephant, it's bamboo. It's bamboo. Oh. It's like AirPods for your eyes. With like, instead of noise cancelling, they have sight cancelling. You're right. I wonder if Shopee has that. What the heck is in a V file? I really should stop downloading random shit. I'm trying to find... Oh, I think this is what you meant. Wow, chat. My tummy is so empty. Have you ever felt how empty your tummy is? That's me right now. Look! Is this what you meant? I wonder if they have it on Shopee. Let me look for it. What if they have it? Suffering. Oh my god, chat. You know what I was doing this morning? I checked my email. And there's like a lot of emails. And they all had links in them. And I was thinking, I should probably check if the links are fine before I click them. Right. But then even after I click them, I don't know if they're fine. They're probably fine. You know what I mean? Cause like, chat, I got emails and I'm like, where did you even find me? You know what I mean? Like this one, well, I'm not gonna read the details, but they're like, hi, Kanna VOD. I just checked out your YouTube video about I wanted to play a game, but I ended up singing instead and wanted to reach out. And then they sent a link. And I'm like, is this right? Is that a scam? If you don't know if it's fine, do not click them. Cause you know what I mean? And then they're like, what is this? What did they say? Oh, I should wear my glasses. Are you bonking me? Do we need fire? No, I'm fine. Is it a scam? You know what they said? They're like, we are sure we could help you make additional revenue consistently. by launching or scaling your online course. I don't even have an online course or community, and growing your audience by 15 to 35,000 new people. I know that's a bold claim, but we have tons of results. We've got millions of followers, millions, and made over 7 figures from social media ourselves. Our other co-founder personally made you a quick video to say hi and show you how it works. And then they sent me a link, but I didn't click it because that seems kind of sus. Right, chat? I mean, that's like the 2 paragraphs out of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 paragraphs that I read. That's a scam, right, chat? That's... Oh my lord. I have a screenshot of my channel and everything, you know what I mean? That's one. There's another one. Let me see. Well, there's many actually. This one doesn't even make sense, because this one just goes, I am following up what you have delivered recently. I'm like, I didn't deliver anything, chat. I'm like, what did I deliver? I didn't deliver anything. I literally... Totally legitimate business. Thank you for the sub. The old man streams and you leave. How is that a crazy story? How is that a crazy... That's just an email inbox. I'm not... Oh, let me continue. I'm following up what you have delivered recently. Highlights the kind of excellence we appreciate. We are open to exploring a wide range of partnership models and project concepts. That's it. That's all they said. Why are people so funny? Wait, there's more. There's so many. Should I be concerned? Nola. Oh, this one is in Indonesian. No, this one happens often, which is like, Halo abang. No, this one doesn't happen often actually. This one literally goes, Halo abang. And they say, saya merasa tertarik dengan channel YouTube yang Anda miliki. I am interested in your YouTube channel. I would like to give you an offer to buy your channel. I see your channel has barely uploaded. Is that a critic? Actually, hello. Actually, are they just... Did they just call me out? Do you think you want to sell your channel? I will be very happy to discuss prices. And then they gave their phone number. I had time to upload more, I know. What should I upload, chat? What should I upload? Oh, wait a minute. I have an actual email. And this one I can't read out loud. And this was like in April. I'm so sorry. Wait, no, I have an actual email. This is a personal one. I'm so sorry, person, that I didn't open my email inbox. Oh wait, no, I'll mark this and I'll read it later. Wait, what? I'm so sorry, person. I didn't see. Oh, bro. Okay, I'll mark that. I'll open it after stream. Oh, that's terrible. That's 21st. Am I like 3 weeks late a little bit? I am 2 to 3 weeks. I'm so sorry. Get the bookies. I have my notebook. Oh my god. My vitamin D is like attached to my notebook. Was past me trying to tell me something. Okay. Notes. I think I'm running out of notes. Oh no. I I had my notes open backwards. So I was scrolling from middle to front instead of middle to back, chat. Should I be streaming when my brain is like this, chat? Probably not, huh? She's gonna forget later. Chat, I have like a high school classmate that I occasionally talk to. By occasionally, I mean I remember to reply them around once a year. It'll be like for example, like a random Tuesday. I'll be chilling and I'll be like, oh, I haven't replied. And then I'll check the date and I'm like, it's been a year. And the problem, they're so used to it by now. Once it took me 2 years. And they're like, bro, I don't even remember the conversation anymore. But like, cause like I would reply with the, like I scroll up and I'm like, oh, we were talking about like, for example, an anime. And I'll be like, yeah, no, totally. That anime is so good. And then they're like, what anime? Am I a problem? Do you think I have actual problem? Wait. Have I replied to them? No, wait, let me check. No, wait, chat, wait. No, Shirley? Let me see. Oh, this is a long scroll. The last I replied, well, the last they replied was December 26, 2025. So it's less than half a year. It's fine. Should I reply now? I should not. I'll reply after stream, chat. Back to my notes. Sweep flakes on floor. Whimsical bowl. Why did I write that down? Number 1. Not gonna lie, Kanna, sometimes I feel like you're free reign. Like an elf, your time passes slow for us normal beings. I wish I was aging at the rate of an elf. Never mind, Ray is mentally old. Again, what was I supposed to... 1. Reply email. Number 2, reply friend. That's it, right? Man. that random Ray stray bullet. She's an elf, right? She's an elf? Question mark? Do you think I just shoot at Ray randomly? No lah. I mean it with love. You know what I mean? Oh, that girl. Oh, okay. Did you write down? Oh, right. Eye doctor. 3. Just get prescription. Then go back to glasses store. Ray actually like accompanied me to the glasses store. And she said I keep picking up the funny looking ones. Cause they're so funny looking, you know what I mean? You know how some glasses are just like, they have like a funny style to them? And then she looks at me dead ass. She's just like, are you really gonna wear that? And I'm like, but it's so funny. Okay, bye-bye, horsey. Oh, I'm laying back. Oh, brother. Okay. Chat. I have a genuine question. I feel like I don't know why I got sick. Was it just fatigue? Gotta get giant gag glasses that are shaped like they have those. I really want the sunglasses that look like the pixels. You know what I mean? The funny ones. Or stars. They have it in Starship. I want. Wait. can you put prescription in them? And then imagine me just wearing it on the daily. Yeah, I've also been dehydrated. It's been super hot, by the way. I feel like I'm drinking less than I drank last week. Ah. True. That's part of the problem. I've been... Eh? Cal? Cal, thank you so much for the generous tip. What the heck? I'll get my prescription, I swear. Cal, thank you so much. Good morning or good evening where you are. You know what, Cal? You made me remember about my puppy. Chat. Oh, maybe that's also why. Oh, is this what it feels like to have a child? Yeah. Having a puppy really changes things, chat. It's not that I don't know that getting a pet is like a big responsibility, but you don't realize just how much it like affects your life. Children probably bite or scratch us. I hope so. I hope so. Ugh. What did you think it was gonna be easy? I didn't think it was gonna be easy. But I also... You know, it's hard to explain. It's only been a few days and I love this little being so much with my whole heart. And I don't want to baby it too much, but at the same time, I also want to baby it a lot. You know what I mean? What if she gets spoiled? But I'm spoiled. Oh, I love her so much. That little schmuck. Potty training, chat. Potty training is one thing. The biting. I have like so many scratches, by the way. I have like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The ones that are still left and scabbing, I guess. Biting is a lot. There's a lot of biting because Miu is teething. Do you want to see my dog sleep? That dog is sleeping sounder than I am. Wait. Can I show a picture of my dog sleeping? Can I? I'm gonna do it anyway. Someone say yes, so I have justification. I wouldn't dox myself. Probably. Wait, I'm trying to find. I have so many pictures of her sleeping. Kanna just double check. It's okay. It's fine. I don't think I will dox much. Chat. I love how you're so concerned. Do you not think I'm trustworthy, chat? No, I would probably. Did you guys know? I think I low-key almost doxed myself the first month I was streaming because I'm dumb. Someone DM'd me and was like, you probably want to take that down. I'm like, right. Right. Send. We know you. What does that mean? Please don't pull a Michi. What did Michi do? Okay, wait, here. Oh, my little precious. I want to check in on her. Oh, is this what it feels like to have a child? I just wanna watch her forever. I just wanna watch her forever, chat. Wait here. Look at her. Oh, my precious. Look at her sleeping. She docks her address. She's so dumb. Genuinely, she's so dumb. Oh my god, look at my precious. Look at her. She's such a schmuck. He's sleeping so peacefully. Oh, man. So cute, I know. Mew is a Shiba. Mew is a Shiba. Someone, like, an acquaintance was looking for a home for her, basically. Because she was an unplanned child. And, you know, they couldn't really bear to sell her to a stranger. I did the silly thing and I adopted her. Oh, look at her. She's so precious. Her name is Miyu. Miyu. That's how I call her. Miyu. And like, she's so unplanned like me. It's okay. Man can propose plans. God will dispose them anyway. So it's okay. She's so precious. Do you know what she's sleeping on? She's sleeping on an egg. That's her favorite spot. Look at her. Oh, wait. I'll show you a picture of the spot. Let me find another picture that I probably wouldn't dox myself. Oh, look at her. She's so precious. This stream is just me talking about my dog. Save. There's probably nothing doxing in there. She's just sleeping, chat. She be sleeping. What? Where did I save it? Oh, here. Look! I got her a bone pillow thing. Oh, chat. Oh, chat. And that's actually like an egg blanket, but the yolk is a pillow. Chat. And like it's huge, right? It's like a huge fried egg situation. Ollie gave it to me for my... I forgot when. Last year? I think Ollie gave it for my birthday last year. And then it's been here the whole time. But Miyu has claimed it and now it's hers. You know what's so funny? She would see the yolk and then like go full on. You know how like a fox tackles? She was like standing still, stares at the giant yolk in the middle of the blanket, and then she jumps like with her whole body. She's like, "Wah!" And then tackles it. Oh, like, and the yolk is so huge that she bounces off. And then she just sleeps on the egg white part. Look at her, she's such a schmuck. This is what it feels like, chat. This is what it feels like. A lot of VTubers I don't know, like, maybe I'm just lonely. But like, look at her, she's so precious. I care more about this creature's well-being than I care for myself. I know that's not good, but you know, I'm like, did she eat yet? Did she drink yet? Did she poo yet? Did she pee yet? And I take notes. I'd be like, Miyu poops at like approximately 6 a.m. every morning and approximately 10 p.m. every night. And when the time comes and she's not pooping, I'll be like, Miyu, poo-poo time. Miyu, poo-poo time. Sorry. Look at her. I'm spending copious amounts of my money into this chat. This little puppy is eating better than I am. I looked at her pet. I know, worth it, right? Like, I feed her like, what is it called? Kibble. Her kibble is salmon kibble. And then she just looks at it, and I'm like, okay. And then I put like goat milk powder in it, and sometimes I put chicken broth in it, and sometimes I put more care into the nutrition of this little being than I am to myself. Look at her, she's so precious. Ah! Chat, I've spent copious amounts of money on this thing. This little thing, this little precious creature monster who bites me all the time. If you don't eat well, the puppy will get sad and lonely too. You're so right. Chat worry increase. No, but like, and I because like I said, when I stream, I'm in the soundproof room, right? And I'm afraid that I can't hear her. So I got her the ridiculously, like I got her the automatic pet feeder. It has a camera, so I know if she ate or not. Cause like I would the precious thing, but I still go check manually anyway. Cause like she's so precious, and then it tells me, Miu has eaten. This is how much she ate. I'm like, it's so overkill. This pet feeder is so overkill. This pet feeder is more expensive than my clothes. Cause I don't buy clothes. I should buy more clothes. I wanna buy clothes for Miu. Chat. Chat. I bought her a crochet collar thing with a ribbon. I swear to God, this is a slippery slope. Can we get a streamer feeder too? No, actually, I was thinking the same thing. I was just like, if I could just put food, like delicious food in something, and then like at a certain time it just feeds me, then it's like one less problem. You know what I mean? Because then I don't have to think about it. Oh no, it's a problem. I think I have a problem. But like, look at how precious she is. I love this picture so much. Look at her. Look at her. Look at the little schmuck. Oh man. I never thought I would be like a doting parent. Is that what they're called? When I look at her, she's so precious. Ah, there's many more, chat. I have so many sleeping pictures of this little creature. Could always get a baby monitor for when you stream. Ah, what do baby monitors do again? Do they? Is it like a sound thing? Ray said to get a CCTV. When I'm just streaming and I'm like, Mew, Mew, and she's teething everywhere. Earlier, I was like, if Mew wants to stay in this PC room while I stream, that's okay. But then she started biting everything because I have no shelves and all my things are on the floor. I should get a shelf. I imagine a hamster bottle, but for VTubers. Exactly. You can get ones with cameras so you can see and hear what they're doing. Chat, you know what? You know what's been on my mind? I'm always worried that I'm not a good like parent. You know what I mean? Like I can't sleep at night because I'm like, am I doing this right? Cause like you know how now my Instagram feed are all just like puppy training things, and like I'm worried that I'm not doing well enough. You know what I mean? Like for example, I don't have a crate, and I every single time I see a video, they're like, you must crate cage, you must crate train them when they're puppies or blah 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 or something. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? And I'm like, but she's free roaming my entire place. No, actually, she just owns the place. I'm like, am I doing something wrong? And I'm always worried that I'm not doing well. You know what I mean? IKEA is forever a dream. Ray, I'm so sorry. I saw that tweet that she not like... She likes them. I think it's like... Sometimes she plays with them for like a day, and then she's like, yeah, I'm done with that. And then she's like moving on. She's like very curious, so she likes new things. And those dental dog treats, there was like 2 days where she got grumpy if I give her the dental stick thing. She'd be like, when I give it to her, she's like, ah. That's a cat sound, but you know what I mean. I don't know how to make dog sounds. Let me think. She'd whine. She'd whine because why you give me thing that is hard to chew. But last night I gave it to her and she didn't whine. And maybe it's a mood. I don't know. Dog, you're a dog. By the way, I keep seeing what Shiba like descriptions, and I feel like, did I get scammed? Cause Miyu's like super hyper, and she's so funny. You know what? Like, you know what she's been doing, chat? The other day, she was at my front door, and then she barked, right? Okay, like imagine, and she went like bark, 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 and then her bark echoed, like, you know, reverb echoed down the hallway, and I think she thinks that's a dog barking back. You know what I mean? And then she kept continuing barking at, well, her echo. And then like when she heard the response, she's like, "How dare you?" And then continues to bark. I'm like, "There's no one. There's nothing there." I even checked. I looked out. There's nothing there. She's just barking at her own echo. I'm like, this she's just like, "What do you mean?" And like angry, like bark, 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 bark. And I'll be like, "What are you me?" They're like hunting down, so very active at. Oh, active is an understatement. Good. She needs a yeah. You also want to know what happened? Because she has so much energy, I took her on walks, right, chat? Did you know that if you take your dog on walks, at least I guess in my neighborhood, you will get low-key unsolicited social interactions? You know? Because like turns out there's a lot of people who walk their dogs in the morning. And they're like, "Oh my god, you're new in town," you know, type shit. And I'm like, humans that are talking to me. Oh, you know what I mean? I'm like, yes. She's so adorable. I'm like, yes. Managing normal human, like, you know, yeah, the casual dog people. Like, there's so many dogs. I didn't know there's so many dog owners around the area. There's like golden retrievers. What? Chow chows, the big ones. And I think there's like a Dane. There's lots of poodles, Pomeranians. There's so many. No, actually, like I'm actually accidentally getting people interaction, and I don't know how to feel about it. You know what I mean? And this stupid schmuck. Look at this schmuck. She has no fear. She goes to the giant dogs that are bigger than me, and she barks at them to play. And I'm like, this child. And no, actually, she doesn't prefer dogs. She prefers people. She has no fear. She's gonna get kidnapped. Like, she does. You know when you meet other people and dogs are like, well, they either hide behind you sometimes, or like they look at the other dogs and sniff each other's butts. No, my dog goes to the humans and like asks them to play, like complete strangers. She's gonna get kidnapped. She has no stranger danger. Oh, chat. I've had Miu for less than a week and my life has changed. I'm talking to more humans than I've ever talked before. Like pet like owner. What if I wear a shirt that says "Please don't interact after Machi"? Wouldn't that be self-doxing? Thoughts? Like they won't know me, but like wouldn't that be self-doxing? Question mark? My tiny dog does the same. Exactly. They're the size of a teddy bear, the courage of a lion. Like they don't understand these giant dogs. Oh, bro. And you know what? You know what? Miu is so food oriented. If I sit down and I eat dinner, she'll bark at me because she wants my food. You know, she'll be like, "Bark, bark, bark, I want that. Bark, 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 bark." And then she'll like put her paws up to the dining table, and if I ignore her, she's grumpy. She's like, "Oh, how dare you not give me food?" And then she bites my chair and my table and basically every surface she can get her teeth on. Chat. She's Hi, Fair. I was watching your stream earlier. Yippee! How was stream? Are you still streaming? She's just like you. Wait, what do you mean? Hmm. 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 Antler dog shoe? Is that safe for puppies? Sometimes I'm worried if it's like okay. Antler. Let me note that down. Antler dog chew. I've been. Oh. Give me food or I bite. This is not accurate. Like a Fair, have you seen my dog? Look at my dog. Look at me sleeping. Look at that. She's so precious. Oh man. I think the only thing that's been like kind of works is when she does that, then I just give her an ice cube. First of all, it's very hot here. Second, it's okay, I think, for her to teeth on. I think. Yes, good dog. Are you talking about me or are you talking about me or Miu? Can dogs choke on ice? Mostly she puts it on the floor, she licks it, she nudges it, she chases after it, and then the resulting water on the floor, she just goes ice skating on it. She's like, wee! Cause like, so basically after the ice cube melts, she'll get zoomies. She'll get zoomies, but then she'll start slipping all over the... Oh, she's so dumb. Oh, chat. Oh, chat. She'll be like, zoom, but then slips on water. And I just watch her. Oh, she's so funny. Oh, chat. I have so much headache and I have lack of sleep. I have so much worry and I have monetary concerns, but I'm so happy. Look at her. She's such a dork. Oh, man. This dog. Oh, chat. Oh, since I'm a dog and now I have a dog, then am I technically a mom? A little baby. Ah. She wakes me up at 6 a.m. chat. She wakes up on the dot. She wakes up in the morning and whines for me to wake up. And I'm like, yes, hello? Saying thank you for the gifted sub. For NFS. NFS, now you can rage type. Right? That emoji is a thing. Although people rarely use it. It's not like it's #1 used. And my emoji analytics, like, #1 people use is rage type. We should change that. Actually, we should use something. You're here, I thought you're not live. I've been streaming on Twitch for... Chat, how long, chat? Since... March? Yes, exactly, rage type. I am building my own pack. The problem is, I don't think she thinks I'm the alpha. What if it's just me and Miu, and then Miu thinks she's the alpha? Think about it, chat. I need to assert dominance. She literally walks all over me. I'm laying down on the sofa and she walks all over me. Literally, not even figuratively. I literally lay there like, I am floor. Walk all over. I am floor. Just walk all over me. You're cooked. This little almost 3-month puppy is the alpha. Think about it. Can't assert something. I have... This is when I channel my big dog energy. Chat. This is it. What do alphas do again? How do they assert dominance? Do they just bark at each other? Do I bark Miu into submission? Is that what I'm supposed to do? I don't want to encourage her barking. Staring eye contest. Does it work? When I do that, she just licks my face. Aw, Miu, I miss her. She's outside. Did she eat? Did she drink? Oh, my nose. Wait, I want to sneeze. Oh no, that was a hiccup. How did I mistake a sneeze for a hiccup? A hiccup for a sneeze? Ah, English. Maybe you should think about the baby monitor. She hasn't drank for 1 hour and 30 minutes. Chat, should I be concerned? Chat. Chat. If they haven't drank for 1 hour and 30 minutes, should I remind her? I'm so pet appeared. She's hungry. Did I? Yes. No, I fed her already. Why is she so hungry? Because I took her on a walk. She's fine. I'm constantly worried about the well-being of this creature. Also, you know what I've realized? Do you have AC on? Yes. I do? Because I don't think they're supposed to be hot. It's hot here. By this creature, you mean yourself. What do you mean? Alright, I should drink too. Oh, she's so precious. She's so precious. It's so weird how like... It's so weird because I feel like I've had her for less than a week, but I feel like she's been a part of my life for a very long time. And you know what I mean? That schmuck. She knows I love her, right? Oh, I'm good. I just got a dog. I know exactly what you mean. Man, I didn't realize like how much love that you know what I mean? Like I did adopt her, but I look into this little schmuck's eyes and I'm like, oh, I love you so much, you little munchkin. If you would stop biting my hand, that would be great. That's how it goes. Ah, man. Little munchster. Munchster. Munchkin? She munches on everything. Nah. I'm getting cardio because of this child. Thank you for the gifted sub. Thank you so much. You've got 3 months? How long do they teeth? Until they're like around half a year old? That's a lot of biting, chat. That's a lot of biting. Does that mean I'm gonna get more? I need to take... Chat, how do you train them not to bite? You know what I've been doing? I've just been sitting and watching like... Oh, Farah texted me. Farah, are you concerned? Oh, I swear. Sometimes I get a chat from Farah and I don't know if he's exploding at me or not. He make a loud noise and pull away. I tried that. Me trying to think of... I tried going like, ow, and then I pull away, right? But then I think she just thinks I'm playing. You know what I mean? How do I, because I don't know if she thinks the big reaction is like I don't know if she thinks the big reaction is like playing. You know what I mean? Because like, I'm not very good at scolding, am I? I'm not very good at it, probably. I just keep saying ow until they learn. But what if like after I say ow and then they think I'm playing and then they continue on? You know what I mean? Like, do I just keep saying ow, 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 non-stop? Question mark? I tried like stopping playing with them. It's hard because like it's not like Mio is biting just when she's playing. It's like when I'm sitting and chilling and she'll come and she'll like chomp. It does take a while. It does. But I taught her sit. You know what? You know what's so funny? I swear, I just taught her sit, and when she does sit, I'm so happy. I'm overwhelmed. Like, oh my god, I'm so proud of you. You learned how to sit. I'm like, oh my god, you're so precious. Who's my smart little baby? That's me. Like, she just sat her butt down. That's literally all she did. But like, I'm so happy. Oh no. Man, chat. Do you think I'm whipped? I'm whipped. I'm totally whipped, aren't I? I'm like, oh my god. She sat her butt down. Her butt is on the floor. She's officially a dog. Oh, brother, I'm a baby. Look at her. Is Miu food motivated? She's treat motivated. The first day, she was disinterested in her kibble unless I put treats in it. Now she'll eat them without the treats, but I sprinkle some goat milk. But she's definitely treat motivated, chat. That helps, right? That helps. Because, like, her biological doggo mom is not food motivated. So I had that as, like, on the back of my mind. Also, Miu's mom is like the independent, will not approach you type. Like you know what I mean? This child is adopted. She's so unlike her mom. I don't know where she came from. And Miu's mom, they told me that Miu's mom is not food motivated. She's independent. She'll give no fucks if you tell her to like do tricks. I heard it's a lot. Yeah, so I'm kind of glad Miu is food motivated. She takes after me. No, you know what's funny? Like, if I sit on the sofa and I'm snacking on like potato chips, she'll come, she'll half climb up and she'll stare at the potato chip and bark because she wants it. And I'm like, brother, this has so much salt, you're gonna die. You know, like Miu, no. And then the other day, I'm like, okay, if you're gonna stay there and stare at me, I looked into her eyes and I just ate it. I'm like, what are you gonna do about it? I'm eating the potato chip. Like, ow. And then she looked at me forlorn and I'm like, no, ow. While maintaining eye contact, does that make me a terrible person? But like, they can't eat it. Also, I was eating chocolate the other day and I'm like, you're gonna die. Stop barking at me. I literally can't give chocolate to you. You're gonna pass away. Oh, brother. This dog is so... Oh. Chat. Have I just been talking about my dog for a while? Oh, I love Miu so much. My dog mom now. She's so precious. And I know, maybe, I don't know if people do this all the day. Like, I love her so much. Every time she finishes peeing, I wipe her butt. Every time she finishes pooping, I wipe her butt. I'm just down there on the floor wiping everything. And then she'll be like stomps everywhere. With her pee-covered feet. Like, oh, I love this girl. I love her, but I do feel like Cinderella before the fairy godmother came. You know what I mean? Because I'm just there wiping the floor and she's just walking all over the place with her pee-covered feet. She's so lucky. She's so cute, chat. I swear to God. She like stomps all over the place. Over the place I just wiped too. Like, think about it. I'm like, okay, wipe slower. And then she just walked over the place I just wiped. Oh my lord, this child. Oh, this child. I can't tell if she's smart or dumb. You know what I mean? Miu. Oh, you're gonna hear me talk about Miu a lot. Probably. I have no outlet. I have no one to talk to. You're it, chat. You're it. I've been sending dog pictures to the girly pop server. I'm like, I really need to stop disturbing them with my gushing about my little pet. Look. Oh. And also, question for the people who have dogs. The first 2 days... First of all, pooping, right? At first, she pooped on the floor on a random spot. You know, puppies do that, I guess. But then, you know when I noticed that she pooped? Because I walked in and she had something in her mouth. And I'm like, huh? What's that? Did she eat like a cake? Like, you know, like it's like dark color. I'm like, is that a cable? And I'm like, no! I scream like, put that down! That's the thing they will do. They'll eat their poo. I'm like, no! And then she just looks at me like, what did I do wrong? And I'm like, no, we don't do that in this household. I Google it and they're like, usually dogs will eat other poos, but not their own. I'm like, I'm sorry to say. She's recycling. Oh, bro. You know what the problem is? She likes to lick my face. Right? And now every time she, you know, because I'm like, if she's gonna lick my face, I really, you know what I mean? I'm like, I love her, but like, it gets washed off by the what does it? Does it, Dark? She also could have been trying to hide it from you if she understood it. Oh. That would be more convincing if she didn't carry it to the center of the room and spread it to 3 places. You know what I mean? I'm like, and like, okay, that was the first time. The second time I saw on camera. This time I was caught on camera, and like this child, because I have a pee pad out, right? She pooped on the edge of the pad, right? Which I'm like, still like, you know, that's kind of still a goal. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Because then, like, okay, like that's still a hit. You know? She took the poop that she pooped on the edge of the pad, like it's still on the pad, and took it to the middle of the room where there's no pad. This child, you did so well, but you ended so wrong, and I don't even know how to deal with it. You should look for specific, yeah. It'll be hard to tear not to poop inside if she can smell spots. I've been trying to, like, again, I'm all Cinderella, wiping the floor with everything. See, Raven, thank you so much for the gifted sub! Halfway through the sub goal, thank you so much! Is it because you heard me and, like, possibly my face getting like that by my poo-covered dog? Has she pulled the pad across? No. Surprisingly, no. Surprisingly, no. Okay. But afterwards, I've started noting down her pooping schedule, chat. This is where I learn. Wait until she shreds the pad. Try taking her outside to... Okay, see, like progress, chat. Okay, so that was like day 1 and day 2, right? That was day 1 and day 2. Maybe I got sick because she's been licking me with her. Anyway. Okay. So. I've noted down. I took notes of the time, right? I was like, okay. She poops at around 6 to 7 a.m. in the morning. And then at night, it's like varying. Sometimes it's like 8:30, sometimes it's 10, sometimes it's 11. But like it's around that range kind of bit. So around those times, I would stand by, chat. I would be like, every time she goes into the place where there's her pad, I'd be like... I would be like sitting on the sofa, and I see her go there, and I'm like... Are you peeing or are you pooping? Are you drinking? Are you eating? You know what I mean? Because like, I don't know which one you're doing, but I have to watch her. And then and first of all, the first time she pooped in the center of the room, I was there. I was right there. I didn't know the signs of when a dog wants to poo because she was circling, and I was like, why are you going in circles? And then she poops. And so, lesson learned, right? Lesson learned. I'm thinking we have to learn the hard way when she poops right in front of me and there's nothing I can do about it. Anyway, now, so if she goes into the room at around those times after eating, I'd be like, as soon as she poops, I just eat it away so she doesn't eat it. So far that's worked for like 2 days. Suddenly this is like owning a dog 101 session of asking chat what to do. Another tip, what worked for my dog learning not to go potty inside is just make sure to take him out a lot. And tons of praise and treats every time he poops outside. Oh, if he poops inside, I just clean it up and give him no attention. Oh, does it... Okay, if you really don't give attention, do they really know that it's because of that? You know what I mean? Always take your dog out when they drink, eat, or wake up. Until they get potty trained. Yeah, I've been taking... how many days has it been? 2? 3? 3. This morning, chat. This morning, Mew peed and pooped outside. Outside, chat. It was such a triumphant moment. I never thought I would be so happy to see a dog pee and poo. You know what I mean? I'm like... I'm just like, I'm literally clapping for this dog when she's pooping. I'm like, oh my god. Oh my god, she did the thing. And now that's why I can be in here. I can be in here relaxed and happy knowing that she will not poo. You know what I mean? Okay, the no attention thing. Do they really know it's because of like for example, if it's like the poop thing, or will it also work for the biting thing? If they bite me and I'll be like, ignores. Would that work? But she's so precious. I don't think she knows that I'm ignoring her. Because if I do that, she'll just bite my feet. I have short attention spans though, so the positive reinforcement has to be right away. Because like I heard some dogs don't work well with like a punishment, so it's just like positive reinforcement, all the things, you know. Not that I can punish her. Look at her. She lives at my place, rent free, mind you. She's not even... Okay, she doesn't even have a collar. Because some people say if they bite, just pull on their collar. This is all Instagram chat. I don't even know if it's right, but she's not even on a collar. I put her on a harness when she wants to go on a walk, and at home she owns the place. In most cases, right? I don't think I have the heart to punish her anyway. Look at her. Look at her, she's so precious. Oh, I'm gonna be a terrible... My child is gonna be so spoiled. I'm trying my best not to make her spoiled. You know what I mean? I don't want her to be a menace. It should only be positive to neutral. Okay. Is scolding part of punishment? Will scolding make them fear me? I also don't know how to scold. The best I do is like, shh, you know? Or like, hey. That's the best. That's all I've been doing. Is it not scolding enough? Or is it too scoldy? I can't tell. Chat. Ah. Is that a good or a bad? I don't think I can scold her. I don't know how to scold. I never scold things. You can also praise her when she chews her toys. When she bites you, you just put her down and put her... Yeah, so that's the problem. I don't have a crate. Is it like necessary? Genuine question. Do you think like a crate is absolutely necessary to like train her? Crate training helps a lot. It does. But like, I'm afraid that because she's been free roaming, right? Will she be sad if I put her in a crate? It helps. I keep hearing that. If you do scold, you keep your tone natural. Don't get angry. How do you scold with like a neutral tone? Is saying hey already like too much? Question mark. She may cry, but you gotta harden your heart. It's so hard, you know? Because I know, like, she's still young, right? So she has, like, separation anxiety when I leave. And I know that I'm trying my best to ignore her until she calms down. When like, for example, I go out and I throw out the trash. She'll try to follow me. Two, when I get back, she'll be like, you know, like excited slash nervous slash anxious. So I know I'm not reinforcing that. So I ignore her when I get back until she calms down. You know what I mean? Oh, it's so hard. It's so hard sometimes, you know? Like I'm like, oh my little precious. But I know I can't do that. It's that I want to reinforce it. Crate helps, but they're not mandatory. Dogs are den animals, and often having something like a crate will give them a place to feel safe. Ah, okay. That makes sense. That makes sense. I put her bed in the living room at the moment. I'm thinking of getting like either a crate. What I see people do is they have a crate and then they have like the fences. What is it called? The wire fences, pet fence, playpen, something thingamaboob. Right? And then they section off an area. I'm thinking about that. It's in my Shopee shopping cart. Playpen, yes. My sister trained her lab to be crate trained. Now it's a safe spot for him. Ah, okay. Cause like I also had like cleaning service come the other day, and like people who were like cleaning the air conditioning and stuff. And like I said, Miu is very human curious. She's so happy to see strangers or people, and then I'll have to like hold her back. So I just like I hug her until it's done. So I'll be like in a room with her to get her away and not tackle those people so that they can do their jobs. Because I don't have a crate yet. I want to get a crate. I was just afraid that she'll feel like caged. You know what I mean? But if it is a place that they'll feel safe, then that's okay. Dog fences may not work if your dog is smart enough. I guess we'll find out, chat. A crate can become like a room for them. So that means in the area I would put her bed. The bed would be inside the crate. And then the toilet, the dog toilet will be in the pen. With her and the crate, right? I think that's how it goes. Ah, chat. I love that creature so much. I wanna get like a little munchkin. Wait, I wanna check if... Okay. Food has been dispensed. But sometimes she no eat until I show up. Should I make sure she eats? Did they pee? Wait. Last night something happened that I've never seen from her before. She licked her pee. That never happened before. I don't know why. Chat, give me like a second. I'm gonna check in so that she eats, and I wanna see if she peed. If she peed, I wanna replace the pad so she doesn't lick it. I'll be right back. And also I have to pee. Actually, I'm also on pee break. I'll be right back, chat. Wait, chat. Mew tagged along. I don't bear to kick her out. You behave, Mew, and stop biting things. And stay. There's no black. Is it cute? Oh, I'm back, chat. Mew is lounging behind me while she's biting my carpet. Aw, she's just laying down. If stream dies, she got to a cable. If stream dies, let it be known that it's not my fault. She's staring at me. She's so precious. I'm back. I fed her lunch. More like it's already been there. But then I pointed it out to her. I'm like, food is here. And then she ate. She hasn't peed yet though. Hehe. Head pass, and I should head back me. She's biting my pillow. And I caught her. I'll pretend I didn't see it, Mew. I'll put one ear out of the headphone so I can hear if she's doing something funny. I can hi. I thought about it, chat. Like, I think I haven't told this. Before adopting Mew, I talked to Michi. Cause I was like afraid. I was like afraid that I'll be like not a good parent. You know what I mean? I was like, I don't know if I should do this. I can barely take care of myself. I barely have my shit together. And then she looked at me. She's like, you're not the type to like. You're not the type to not take care of others. And I'm like, that's, I guess that's true in a sense. I feel like I lack a certain awareness about myself, but I do. Well, at least Ray has told me that I care about other people more than I do myself. It's not a good thing, but like, you know, if Michi does good with Greg, if she can do it, you'll be fine. Which is why I asked Michi. Oh, she's just sleeping there. Aww, why is she so precious? I don't know why I'm so touched. She's literally doing nothing. She's just curling up like a donut behind me. But I love her so much, chat. Oh, brother. Oh, brother. Awareness is just those thinking times. Maybe it might be an afterthought thing. And you know what now? My brain is too slow to understand. Okay. Mew ate. I'm relieved. And I'm happy. Okie doke. My heart. Amount of thinking time. I want to sneeze. Okay. She's staring at my teddy bear. She's been devouring my teddy bear, by the way. The head, the ears, the legs. You've had a good run, teddy bear. And I'm just letting her. What is she doing? She's eating my pillow. And sniffing things. I should have... If I had... Oh my god, she laid down on my pillow. I think she's gonna sleep. I think she's gonna sleep. I think she's gonna sleep on my pillow, chat. Oh my god, but I'm so loud when I stream. Oh no, wait. You're right. I'm calm and quiet, chat. You're right. You're so right. I lost track of what we were talking about before I started gushing about my pet. remember. Oh yeah, the other day I was checking out RAM prices, chat. And then Pharaoh told me the normal price, and I'm like, it's not happening, is it? Do you think RAM prices will go down, chat? When is it gonna go down? RAM prices. Price hike might be... Really? Literally cheaper to buy a pre-built. Really? That's crazy though. Might not be for a while. RAM. I checked the RAM price, right? Let me see. Cause like Pharaoh was asking me if I checked out the stuff yet. Or was it Ray? Wow, I lost track of people. My brain remembers very few things. Oh no, because Sarah was telling me this is an absolute terrible time to build a PC. I'm like, you're so right. I just gotta bear with it for now. Question mark? Question mark? Do you remember what RAM prices are supposed to be? Okay. Okay, let me see. Right now, the price online for at least the one I'm checking right now is for 32 giga. Yeah, for 32 gigs Corsair is like 8.3 million, 8.2 million. What is that in? I'll check 8.2 IDR to USD. It's like 470 something dollars for 32 gigs, chat. Should I be concerned? Sad. Yep. How many eagles exactly? Definitely be concerned. I remember it wasn't this bad before when I built my PC eons ago, you know, like 6 trillion years ago. Last time I bought that amount, it was like $80. Was it 80 actually? That's crazy. Just 8 months ago, it would have been 150. That's crazy. That's crazy. What the heck? What the actual heck? Aw, brother. Should have built it last year. But to be fair, last year I was thinking about it. But at the time, I wasn't really streaming a lot. And I couldn't like... I was like, you know what I mean? Because I didn't think I could justify it. I genuinely didn't think that I would be able to stream again for some time. You know what I mean? And so even right now feels kind of surreal where I get to spend time and talk to you guys. And it already makes me so happy. RAM prices are insane due to AI warehouses going up every... Yeah, that's probably right. My nose. If I may ask, what made you want to move over to Twitch from YouTube? What's funny is actually from the start when I debuted, I wanted to stream on Twitch. I wanted to stream on both. But I guess at the time it was like intimidating, if that makes sense. Okay, first of all, even back then was so different in a sense. Oh, how to explain it? I was still working corpo, right, back then, so that I could only stream maybe twice a week. And if I split that into 2 platforms, I would be streaming like once a week on every platform. You know what I mean? At least back then. Yeah, so like a few years ago, it didn't really make sense. What is Miu doing? You wanna go out? Sometimes Miu gets bored. I'll try opening the door and see if she wants to go out. Wait. Nope, she's biting on my carpet. She's fine. Okay. Anyway, yeah. You can just save and upload VODs. The views on like VODs, like long form, like super long streams, VODs on YouTube isn't really that high. Like you lose the interactiveness. Like some people watch VODs, but I think especially back then, maybe I'm just old. But maybe it'll... Yes, me. She's destroying my carpet, chat. Mew. Shh. She's lifting my carpet off the floor. Shh. Nya. 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 No. Shh. She's the alpha, isn't she? Shh. No. She doesn't care. She's munching. Your chew toy is literally right there, my darling. I just have to give up on the carpet, don't I? All my furnitures have teeth marks now. Buy her heavy rope. Is that okay for puppies? Anyway. Yeah, anyway, so actually from the start, I already made like a Twitch channel and everything. But because it was very hard to split the time between like my office job and like streaming, even back then. Right? So, it didn't seem to make sense to split it to once a week on every platform. At least back then. That's what happened, chat. That's what happened. But now that I have more... It's not that I have more time, but I'm making more time now without a corpo job that I can do this. I actually genuinely don't know how long I can do this. If that makes sense. I'll stream as much as I can while I can. If my financial situation gets more dire, I might have to go back to corpo. I don't know yet. Yeah, all I'm doing is writing it out and hoping for the best and enjoying the time I have with you guys, you know? You know? I think that's also partially probably why Pharaoh's helping me out a lot, because he knows I want to do this for as long as I can. Pharaoh's very nice. Don't tell him that. He's gonna say I'm ruining his street cred. Actually, don't tell him I said that. He's not here, right? He's streaming, right? Sorry, Pharaoh. Oops. I forgot that you told me not to tell people you're nice. Even though you rant at me. You timed that perfectly with him leaving. Perfect, actually. Also, last night I couldn't really sleep, right? I've been thinking a lot about like about streaming things, and I don't know how to explain this, and I don't know how much I should say versus like keeping it a surprise. But also I'm like I'm so excited for like planning things to come. I feel like it's such a privilege to be able to try to think of like upcoming projects and things. I'm so happy, and my tummy rumbled, but I'm so happy. But sometimes, like last night, I couldn't sleep. I'm like, I want to do that, and I want to do this, and I want to do that, and then I went down a rabbit hole and I couldn't sleep, which is not good. But you know, everyone is depressed now. What do you mean? Where is Pharaoh's spot at? Does Pharaoh keep his thoughts? Is Pharaoh awake or asleep? Pharaoh, I did a mistake, but I still love you. Please don't eat me. Thank you. I wanna sneeze. The sneeze went gone. Aww, Miu's just chilling with my teddy bear. You're fine, what's up? Nothing. He's definitely still up. I've been trying to like... What do you call it? Purify the air more though. I'm sorry to segue back into like the dog talk. Because I do have like a sensitive... What is it called when I'm sensitive to dust? Anyway, it's not... I'm not exactly allergic to it, but I do get the sniffles. You know what I mean? Yeah, dust allergy, dust thingy. And having a dog really like... She sheds everywhere, right? You know what I mean? And the first 2 nights, I couldn't breathe. I just yeeted all the air purifiers I have and like put them in max thing. You know what I mean? Like I couldn't breathe. It's like not that bad. You know what I mean? Like it's not that bad, but like I'm all sniffly. I can feel it right now. I'm kind of sniffly. What did you do? Pharaoh, you have such little faith in me. I think she probably just finished blowing out her coat. But isn't she still a puppy? She had a coat that young? That's how it works? She got the dog. Yeah, basically. I've been using the lint roller. It helps, by the way. I just use it everywhere because she always hugs me and is all over me. And now I just wear black so that I can see wherever she leaves her fur on. But this creature is shedding. Does brushing help? You literally just DM me. Farah, I love you. Wait, I'll send you a smiley face so you'll be reassured. My nose. I don't have an air purifier in my PC room. And I'm feeling it immensely. I have a mountain of tissues next to me because I keep sniffling. Why are you pipi-uffing? Have you changed out the filters? I did. I changed them last week, so they're new, but that's in the living room. Now I have one in the bedroom. But I don't have one in here. And now that she's in here with me, I can feel it. I'm sniffling and my throat is dying. Why are you biting on the guitar? Mew. 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 Aya, wait. Give me a second. Gonna get her away from the guitar. Mew. Yeah. Stop controlling. Oh, Chad, I can't go back up. She gave me her belly to rub. I'm gonna be down here for a while. Oh, I'm stuck here. Chad. Oh, Chad, you're never gonna see me again. Oh, man. Who's a good girl? Who's a good girl? You are. This is how the stream ends. I'm sorry, I'm stuck. She got me. I'm absolutely stuck here forever. Chat, she's holding me hostage. Excuse, I can't even read your chat. I'm stuck here. And she's biting me too. Please. Yeah. That's what I'm supposed to do, right? She bit me. And now I'm gone. But it makes me sad. I'm the alpha. No, I swear. She gave me her belly. She gave me... Okay, you don't understand. Miu has a weak spot. I have discovered her weak spot, okay? She has a specific spot on her belly. If you scratch it, her... Is it right foot? One of her feet will start shaking uncontrollably. If you hit that exact spot. And then you like, and then I just scratch her belly and then her foot wiggles and then I'm stuck there forever because I just want to see the foot wiggle forever. And she knows, chat. She's my weak spot, isn't she? Now she's peacefully next to me. I'm hungry. I fed Miu, but I haven't fed myself. Chat. Food. Food. Infinite combo loop, you're so right. Makasih, babe. Miu, did you know I just got sprayed by water or the food? You're so right. You're so right. I don't know what food to order. Meep moop. Meep meep meep. Moo moo moo. Meep moop. I love how Miu's so unbothered by all the weird sounds I'm making. Does that mean I just make this sound like... Does that mean I just make this sound in daily life and she doesn't care? Pharaoh, I don't know what to eat. I don't know why I'm complaining to Pharaoh. Pharaoh should go sleep. She needs to eat, not the dog. What if can of beef for me? Thoughts? Corned beef. Corned beef. Is that healthy? If your tummy's still not feeling it, a light soup. You're so right. Kanna, hi doctor. How are you? I'm just about to order lunch. You want corned beef if you don't get the can? Wait, there are corned beef that's not canned? Amanda, is there even? There's corned beef that's not canned? What? I thought corned mean canned. You know what I mean? You understand what I mean, right? I thought corn was just a funny way of saying canned. Quite busy with a new job. I'm good. I adopted a dog. My dog is licking her paws right next to me. Corn is a type of crop. Okay, but there's no corn in corned beef. You know what I mean? See, there's no actual corn involved. And I don't even know why they call it corn then. Why would you call it corn if there's no corn in it? So what is it like getting your own energy sent back at you? What do you mean? The dog that doesn't know? No, my dog drinks very well. Miu is a drinker. I tell you, she drinks like nobody's business. Corned. Then what the heck is corned with an ED? Why is it a verb? You know what I mean? Like what is corn as a verb? What the heck? This is Mickey Mouse universe. Corn using corns. What the heck is a corn of salt? What is corn of salt? Is it salt that looks like corn? What? It's a corn that's made of salt? What the heck? I'm googling that. It means to cure. What? Large piece of my tummy rumbled. Usually using large granules? Granules? My tummy rumbled like 5 times. Did you just burp? Napa sayang? Napa she burped 3 times, chat. Or she's angry at her paw. She's just biting her paw. You want me to clean your paw? No, she's going to town. She's just licking her paw. She's showing me her belly again. Aw, chat. Aw, chat. I can't take it. Wait, I'll take a picture. Let me take a picture. Music. G. Blocked open. Now when you get a picture of you, stay still. Oh, you're so precious. She's so precious, chat. I can't. She looks at me like she knows she's beautiful. Oh, brother. Oh no, I'm a sucker. Oh, she sneezed. And now she's stretching. Oh, Chad, I'm a sucker. I can tell I'm a sucker for this dog. Oh man, Chad. I am the alpha. I don't know. Lock in, you fold too easily. But fair. Okay, wait. Let me do the thing. I'm so if you hear me sniffling, I should get a. I think this is safe from doxing, probably. Safe. Okay. This is her on my floor. Wait. Look at her. She wants me to pat her belly, and that's the carpet that she yeeted over. I mean, look at that. Look at that schmuck. Look at. How can I not pat her belly when she looks at me like that? Look at her. No, wait, look at her face. Oh, she's so... Oh, this girl. Look at her face. Look at that face. She's like, you know you want to. Oh. Yes, sayang. Ano pa, sayang? I'm so... Chad is over. She has me wrapped around her little paw. She's licking my hand. It's over, Chad. She looked like a fox. She hops like a fox. Oh, she's licking my hand. Oh, I love you so much, you little schmuck. You may have licked me with your poopy mouth, but I still love you. Chat, it's... Oh, she's licking my hand. I'm locking in. I won't look. She's licking even more. Oh, who's a good girl? Who's a good? Are you biting on my hair? She had a purpose. She had a purpose. Hey. Chant. Look at that smug face. Oh, brother. Yep. Nope. Like, Yeah, look at that face. Yep. The face that knows she's adorable. What is this shot? Is this... Wait, I should crop out parts that are not Twitch friendly. Question mark. Look at that face. Okay. Stop biting my chair. I only have one. I only have one meal. Not safe for work, exactly. Chat, it's over, isn't it? I'm an alpha, Pharaoh. Mind you. Will you please stop biting on my chair? Mew. Come here. What is she doing now? She took my tissue! Hey! Hey! Shh. Hey! Little schmuck. Little schmuck. How do I get her to stop biting? I've kidnapped her. She's on my lap. I've kidnapped her. You're stuck here now, child. I won. I've won, chat. I'm the alpha. Yeah. I've asserted my dominance. This is my dominance. Yeah. Maturun. Oh, my cute little girl. It's Jover for me, chat. It's Jover. Oh, she's laying down on my tummy. You wanna go down? No, she's pretty comfy. Wanna say hi to chat? You're not a barker unless I show food, huh? Wanna stay here? She just curled up like a donut. Hi. Okay. Let me let you down. If you would stop sniffing my butt for like 1 second, child. Why is there unholy? No, she'll hate me. She'll judge me. Okay, I'll put you down, sayang. 1, 2. You wanna go out? Chat, I broke my door handle. I'm stuck. Chat? Chat? Chat, I have my door handle in my hand. On a scale of 1 to I'm stuck here. That was the sound of the nail. Chat? Hey, Miyu no. There goes the other one. Chat. Chat, I'm stuck here. Chat. Chat. The wrench is outside. No, actually, how do I get out if the door handle... My door is like, you know the... I'm in my PC room. It's the big heavy door that's soundproof that I need to pull on to get out. Chat? Here. This is my door handle. Chat? Chat? Do you think I can put it back on? Chat? And this, okay, this is not the background for it. No, actually here. This is it, isn't it? What do I do? I took Ray's spare key back. Because I lost my key. Huh. I It just ripped off the door, just like that. How do I put it back on? Wait, yeah, you're right. No, I'll just send her a picture of the handle. Oh, wait a minute. Chat, am I just cursed to like... Am I just gonna be here forever? Question mark? I can't even eat. Bro, I'm gonna starve. No, wait. And I'm gonna send it to Ray and she's gonna be so confused, right? No, first of all, she's gonna be like, what the heck is that door handle? And I'll be like, that's the only door I could afford, apparently. That's the only handle that I can afford, Ray. You have to become food for the puppy? Is this it? Is Jover? Chat, accompany me in my final days. Just let out a rope through the window. My window leads to a dead end, chat. It's a fake window. You open it and there's nothing but a wall there. Well, it's been great. Next time, if you don't hear from me, I've become dog food. But what if I can fix it? She's gonna eat me. I'm not gonna eat Mew. Hey, you ate the tissue! Ah! Mew. Mew. You. I really need to let you out. Jeez. At least the tissue is biodegradable bamboo. It's my only saving grace. This child. Alright, so where to go? Okay, chat, I'm gonna try putting the handle back on. Mew needs to get oats. How do you put the handle back on? What the fuck? What the hell? How? Okay. Okay. This must be what I can do. But it is. Are you eating the rest of the tissue? Mew! No! Let it out. Out. This child. I swear. I'm gonna spray her with water. I swear to God. Oh, Chad, I'm stuck here forever and Mew's eating tissues. Okay. I think I got it. You tissue eater. I don't have a wrench. Okay. I mean, out. Okay. Done, chat. I retightened the bolts with my fingers. And it pulled it just enough. Wait, I'm gonna go wash my hands. They're all dark. Yeah, what did I? It fell out again. At least it's out. At least Mew's outside, chat. Oh man, I'm just stuck here forever. Please go in. Please go in. Please go in. I can't wash my hands. The handle fell out again. Why did you close it? These are all very good questions. First of all... Wait, I'm just gonna use the water spray to wash my hand. Ish. Well, first of all... Because the soundproof room needs to... If I don't close it, me will just come back in again. That was my thought process. Is it a logical thought process? Debatable. Debatable. Okay, I'm wiping up the green powder that came out with the door handle. What the heck is this green powder anyway? There we go. Okay. My 2 drops of hand sanitizer. Wait. Good enough. Okay. I thought I fixed it! I thought I fixed it already! Thought problem solved. Question mark? Let me turn my PC on. Vero. Oh, chat. But I thought I fixed the door handle. That's why I... That's why I closed it again. Could I know it was temporary? It worked for like 1 time. You know what I mean? Like, I fixed it. I put it back on the door. I thought that's it. Door fixed. You screwed it on with hopes and dreams. I'm gonna starve. Put tape over the latch on the door. You're so... Put tape over... But how will I pull it without the handle? You live to make Pharaoh mad. No, I swear. Dude, like, genuinely, how was I supposed to know the door handle was gonna eat off? Thoughts? Not the handle, the side door. Then if I want to go out, I pull the tape. Is that correct? Is that right? See? Okay. No? Then how? No pull tape, just pull door. How to pull door if no handle to pull door? Thoughts? You know what I mean? Like, how pull if, like... Ray just asked, what is that? My door handle. It fell off. I was trying to exit. Pull door handle hole. There's no hole. Chat, it's not okay. Let me try to visualize this for you. With the most bootleg attempt ever. Color source. Yes. No. Add color source. There's no hole, chat. No, literally there's no hole. There's no hole. Okay. Let me choose a color that makes you understand this is supposed to be a door. Okay? Well, bear with me. No, bear with me. Fit to screen. Okay, chat. This... This is door. This door. Yes? Okay. Okay, wait. I'll even find a PNG of, like, door handle. PNG. Okay, I found picture of thing. How do I know if it's transparent or not? Okay, I got it. Wait, chat, hold. Hold. Okay, hold. I swear it's, it is what it is, chat. It is what it is. Okay. Okay, now this is handle. But let me spin first, yes? Okay, I don't know which way it's supposed to go. This way? This way? Yeah, seems about right. Okay, door handle. Like this. You know? So, I pull and bloop, handle fell off. Handle now here. There's no hole. There's just tiny nail holes. From the thing that was holding the door to the thing. You know what I mean? How does it latch? It has... What are they called? The spinny thing? Bolts? The bolts fell out? Deadbolt? No. Like... Pharaoh saw the picture. The bolt fell to the floor. And like, I tightened it when I wanted to exit, but it fell off again. No, like, you know what I mean? Like, okay, wait. Wait, I have a picture of it. Okay, before you ask me what the fuck is this door handle, I would like to say that the person who did my door claims that no other handle will work. I just want you to understand that it's not my fault. It's a pull door, guys. Ta-da! Wait, I'm trying to resize it. You see the things in front of the handle? You know what I mean? What do? Is Pharaoh calling me? He is calling me. I thought for sure today would be the day. Pharaoh wouldn't need to, you know. Hello? Wait.
I even made it to the bed. Chat. I was in bed reading, like, you know.
Yes.
Okay. Lord, I need a picture of the door where the handle used to be.
I put it. It's like, hanging there, but like, I tightened it.
I need to see the door itself. I need to see the door itself, the door frame, right? I need to see the whole door.
Yes, it does. Only has 2 screws. You understand, Rin? You understand
yes,
me?
Yes, I know exactly. I know. Just need to see the door.
Well, I put it back in there. It's hanging. I just can't pull. Wait, if I pull, it's gonna fall off. But like here.
Kanna.
Yeah. I'm taking a picture. Like I was like, wait. I'm sorry. It's technically not my fault, thoughts, but like, you know, there, the door.
How what I need to know is,
yes.
Okay, well, you can definitely get the door open.
If I pull, the handle's gonna fall out.
Okay, but the key hanging there, right?
Yeah.
You turn the key. So that the key is so that it's like doing like it's trying to lock or unlock, and then pull it open by the key, because the key will be locked inside the lock. So you turn the key so that it's like it's trying to lock or unlock, and that'll stick the key in the lock, and then you just pull it out by the key. Just open the door.
But if I lock it,
it doesn't matter because you have the key. No, you have no. What I'm saying is turn the key. Okay, so the key either turns into lock or turns out to lock. Turn it in the out to the all the way in the far unlocked position. And then pull the key, and the key will open the door.
Okay. Okay.
So now the door is open, right?
Okay.
So you can get out of the room.
Off. Oh! 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 And Miu came in. Oh my god, I'm alive. And Miu jumped right back in. Hi Miu. Get out of here. This place is a danger zone. You saved my life. But to be fair, it when I pulled it, it was hard to pull because, like, okay, here,
yes,
I'll take a picture of the side of. Here.
Yeah, I know it's gonna be. I knew it was gonna be hard to do, but it at least gets the door open. That's.
Yeah. No, I pulled a little bit.
Now, my next question is
yes.
How in the fuck did you not notice the door handle getting loose before the screws fell out?
I don't know.
Take the handle out of the door so I can see. Like I need to see how jacked up the holes are.
It's not that bad, probably. I have to take it off again. Like, look at the texture of the side of the door. Look at it.
Let me see.
Look at the texture of the side of the door, and you'll understand.
That's some, yeah, that's some serious. Okay, so you need a wrench. You need a wrench to put the.
The wrench that I have. You mean the wrench? The only wrench that I have. Pharaoh, do you mean the only wrench that I have?
The irony that you own a wrench, but boy, that's not the right wrench.
Well, that's my only wrench, Pharaoh.
Yeah, I know, I understand that, but you're going to have to get a proper wrench.
Wait, here.
You're gonna have to get a viable, usable wrench, because if you try to use that wrench on the door,
this is my door, chat.
It's just gonna make the situation worse.
Well.
I can't tell from here. They could be 6s or 8s.
I don't know.
She just needs a crescent wrench, an adjustable wrench would get it done. It's an adjustable wrench, Kanna. An adjustable wrench, not a pipe wrench. An adjustable wrench. Hold on, Ma.
Those are two different things.
No.
Brother. At least I can get out. But, like, okay, as soon as I pull, those things are gonna fall out. You know what I mean? Like, I put them on with my hopes and dreams. You know what I mean?
You need one of these. You need one of these.
Why is my life like this, you think, Pharaoh?
You need, like, one of these, but, like, smaller. Like.
Chat, I'm gonna live. I don't have to stream for 24 hours anymore.
That is a crescent wrench, or an adjustable wrench, and they doesn't have to be huge. It's Elena. It's entirely hard to tell what size it is from this from what I'm looking at. It could be anywhere from a 6 to a 10, but that's why I'm telling Kanna to get a crescent wrench, because a crescent wrench is adjustable. So it doesn't matter what size those bolts are. She'll be able to adjust the wrench to fit on there.
Trust me. Don't worry about it. I'll buy them on Shopee.
You're gonna show me what you're buying on Shopee before you buy them, is what you're going to do. You have proven not to be qualified to order things on your own.
What do you mean?
She'll wind up with an adjustable wrench the size of the pipe wrench, which they do exist. So no,
they have ones those big. It's okay. Trust.
You not have a toolbox at all?
I have a box that I that I put in a screwdriver. Does that count as a toolbox?
I mean, technically, yeah. It just needs more tools in it. Why? You should probably have just like a basic tool set.
A screwdriver is not a basic tool set.
No, it is a single tool. I'm talking about a basic tool set of screwdrivers, hammer, basic wrenches, an adjustable wrench.
So I get that first before the first aid kit? Or after? At the same time?
Both at the same time.
I'm getting it. I'm getting it, chat. I'm slowly getting it.
So you need something like...
Why did you still not get? Because I obviously forgot to write it down and I forgot. Oh, if the IKEA has a tool set, I can finally buy a light bulb.
IKEA has a tool set. Oh, that's right.
IKEA has light bulbs, right?
I don't know. I don't shop at IKEA.
Get
So
tool set.
You need something like
and
this.
light bulbs. So many lights in my place have been out for a year or so. I can finally replace them. I've been cooking low key. Well, not in the dark. The kitchen lights went out and I think it was 2020 something. And then a couple of months ago my dining room, not dining room, living room, because I eat in the living room. My living room lights went out, so I switched the light from my bedroom to the living room so I can eat and see. But so my bedroom is just dark. You know what I mean? Because it only has one light. But I only go there to sleep anyway, so it's fine. So but I finally get a light bulb. Pharaoh? Thank you so much for the gifted Sub-Zero Raven. Did I kill Pharaoh? 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 Okay, I tried buying a light bulb from Shopee for my kitchen. It wasn't the right size. So I couldn't put it on. You know what I mean?
Oh, okay.
So I tried, but I tried looking.
You don't need a toolkit. Can we get you a husband on Shopee Lock? Can we?
My tummy.
I fear getting you a toolkit is not going to do you any good. Because you wouldn't know what to do with it anyway.
Fair with the real solutions. Oh, my tummy.
Wife would work too, so long as she was handy, knew how to use tools.
I'm in tears. I know how to use a screwdriver, mind you.
Okay.
I'm a strong, independent woman.
Okay. The evidence is not supporting the claim.
No, it's not my fault. No, actually, you don't understand how the light bulb. Okay, no, what you don't understand is I don't know why, but the people who built the freaking building made the light square in the kitchen. Okay, and then they put this beam thing on top of it. Above it, what is it called? The thing that holds up the ceiling? Yeah. And they got a specific square light that has a specific thickness.
Take a picture. Take a picture. Stop. Go take a picture.
Oh man.
Go take a picture.
Saj, this is not the time. Thank you for rating.
Hi, Sage. Welcome in. Kanna is currently stressing my will to live.
Welcome, Raiders. Did you have a good stream?
Oh.
You had, I forgot, you had Baji, right? I think I was watching before I started stream. Welcome in, Raiders. Chat, you're already saying hi to them while I was dying laughing. I'm just gonna be right back because I'm gonna take a picture of the hole in my ceiling. Okay, I swear. 3 minutes tops. I'll be right back. Here, have a picture of my door. Or, well, here. This is a better door than my door. Okay, be right back.
This is incredible, chat. I had made it. Sage, I had made it. I was in bed, brother. I was reading a book, winding down, and then Kanna sends a picture in the group chat of a door handle, like off the door, sitting on her desk, and I'm like, what do? And then I come on I pull up her stream to hear her talking about how the door handle has fallen off her door, the door handle that she needs to open the door. And then I had to come back and assess the situation and figure out a way to get her door. I don't know why. I thought getting in bed was a good idea. I should have like I don't know why I thought getting in bed was like a winning move. I don't know what I thought I was doing, but I was wrong. So here we are, and now Kanna's trying to explain to me why the light bulb she got for her kitchen was the wrong size. I'm hoping it's like a fluorescent tube or something, because if it's just like a regular light bulb, I don't know what I'm gonna do.
It's not a regular light bulb. You have such little faith in me. I have the
So
picture.
guys, I'm gonna plug this here. I'm gonna be opening up a new Ko-fi goal to get enough money together for a plane ticket to Indonesia, because at this point I feel like I'm gonna need that to do that sooner rather than later. I think I might.
There. It's been like that for like over a year.
What in the fiddly? What they literally cut a hole in her seat.
Yeah.
What? Where is the light fixture? Is that what's hanging down?
That was the thing attached to the light, yeah. Is that not how
do you not have like a property manager or somebody that's responsible for maintenance where you are living?
Yes, I do. I called the building engineer to fix it. As in to put on the light, and they're like, well, we can't because like the light is too thick type shit, because there's a beam.
So they need to do something. You've got a hole in your fucking ceiling.
I do.
Oh
That's
my
where
god!
the light
I'm gonna
used
go
to
to.
be.
Okay, yeah, all right. I'm gonna have to definitely put together a donation thing specifically for a plane ticket so I can go to Indonesia and beat the fucking brakes off of your building engineer. That, or I'm just gonna go there and I'm gonna MacGyver you a fucking light of some sort there.
I don't know what that thing. That's like an LED driver or something, right? And then the light.
I can't even tell what's like. I see the smoke detectors there. There's a box hanging, and I don't know what's supposed to be connected to that box. Christ almighty.
The light.
What the fuck is actually happening in...
Thank you, Zane, for the gift itself.
What is actually fucking happening in Indonesia, like right now? Like...
So wait, that's not what it's supposed to look like? Like, you know, like
no, Kanna, no.
but like, you know what I mean? Is the smoke detector working? A couple of months ago, some of the building people came and they were doing the apparently what was like monthly, no, like annual checks on like the smoke detectors and things, right? So they were testing if they work. So they would like, what is it called? The e-cigarette. They would like blow smoke from it, like directly to it, and see if it beeps, right? And I was like, oh, does that mean that the sprinklers are gonna come? Do you know what they said?
What?
Oh, don't worry. The smoke detectors aren't connected to the sprinklers. And I'm like, huh?
Oh, well, that's actually so that kind of sprinkler I can actually so fire safety like certified guy. So those kinds of smoke detectors up, I don't know how to explain it to you. Up, you see where the little like the little spur is, the little flat piece, and then there's the two pieces that come down that hold that little flat piece. In between those two pieces, there's a thing there, and if there's fire, it basically melts it. And that's what triggers the smoke. That's what triggers the sprinkler. The sprinklers aren't usually connected to smoke alarms.
So it's only
Because if the sprinklers were connected to your smoke alarms, if you cooked the wrong thing, you'd set off the sprinklers.
Oh no! So like the one in my kitchen, they said it's not a smoke detector; it's a heat detector.
Okay, yeah,
So
but yeah, no, the same thing still works for those sprinklers. Good night, Sage.
I'm gonna head to sleep. I enjoyed. You watched the karaoke video.
I told you.
No. I hope. How did we get a hype chest? I hope you have sweet dreams. I'm sorry for whatever I did to your ears. Have a good, wonderful night. Thank you so much for dropping by and rating. I'm too afraid to know what you said when you heard me streaming, but you know it is what it is.
No, I was gonna watch
it. Have a good sleep. You
good.
watched it.
You perplexed Sage.
Nice.
Sage was trying to. Sage is trying to figure out exactly how it is that you make the noise that you do.
Which one? Because I go to Dakla?
Yes, all of them. All of the Kanna noises when you sing, especially. That like they're trying to figure out exactly what it is you're doing that makes your voice do what it does.
What
but in like
do
a good
my
way.
voice do?
That we don't know. I don't even think God knows.
What do you mean? I think I just make quacking sounds, and you're like, "Wow, interesting scientific experiment. What is making that sound?"
I still think the most interesting noises you made from Unholy Night were the nya noises.
What? Isn't that just saying nya? Totally wasn't two guys nerding out over.
I'm sorry. I'm still hung up on the fact that you've got a gaping fucking hole in your ceiling.
It's been over
and what
a year,
looks like maybe a light baluster hanging down for like a fluorescent fixture. I don't understand like Indonesia, bro. You do understand, Kanna. You all keep talking about I'm gonna come to visit and you're gonna keep me here. You do understand that I would become the #1 menace for your entire like building, right? Because I would be grabbing your fucking people by the back of their fucking necks and dragging them up to your apartment, being like, "All bad law, fix." Go block and Jing fix hole in wall and seal. You know, I would lose my fucking mind. Like, I mean, fucking wiring is just hanging out there. The baluster for whatever light fixture is supposed to be.
What the heck is a baluster?
It's a light thing.
So I bought a light that was supposed to be the size. Was it like 20 or 24 centimeters or something? And then when I called the building engineer. I'm like, I'm sorry, I'm dumb. I can't put this on, whatever this is, right? And then he took it. He climbed up there and he's like, oh, the light is too thick. If you want me to put this on, I'll have to cut the thing that's running through the middle. And I'm like, isn't that to support the ceiling?
What?
And he said yes.
Oh my. Oh, okay. Just buy like a standing lamp, Kanna. Just please buy a standing lamp. I can't.
And then I went back to the light store, right? No, like the building supply store thingamajig. I was like, so I got this light, but it's too thick. Do you have a thinner one? And the whole the employees look at me, no. What the fuck are you talking about?
Because that the engineer is words that I can't use on Twitch.tv. Just buy a standing. Okay, I need you to get your notebook. Okay. Notebook.
Okay. The more I hear, the more I can't. Oh, you don't even know, bro. Okay, I got my notebook.
Okay. I need you to buy duct tape. D-U-C-T. Not duck, quack, quack, duct.
The fact that you have to like specify. Do you think that I think there's a tape with ducks on it? Oh.
Yes.
Noted.
Yes.
No, you're right. No, you're right. Verified. D-U-C. Is that a T or a K I wrote? I can't tell. Okay, let me just... I rewrote it. I buy duct tape. Is there a size I should get?
Just no, it doesn't really matter.
Is it to hold the lights up?
No, what we're doing is we're gonna get some duct tape and some plastic sheeting, and you're just gonna tape. You're gonna tape the plastic sheeting up over that hole, so that nothing comes through that hole to torment you. And then the next thing you're gonna buy is a standing lamp. Okay, and you're just gonna use that in your kitchen. And we're not gonna worry about that fucking light fixture. We're just gonna tuck it up in the ceiling, and we're gonna tape over it. And you know what? Call it a day, because I can't tell you how to fix that. I would have to be there and have to look at it to fix that. So we're just gonna tape up that hole with some plastic sheeting.
I had an idea though. Now hear me out.
Do you have a knife or no?
Okay, hear me out. My bathroom light is this same light as this one. Okay, so my thought was, what if I switch it just like I did with the bedroom and the living room light, and I take the bathroom light and I put it in the kitchen, and then I just shower in the dark.
No, don't do it. Just leave it alone. Just buy a standing lamp to put in the kitchen, Kanna. Just buy a standing lamp to put in the kitchen, please. I beg you. I have visions of you electrocuting yourself, trying to fucking swap light fixtures around. Sweetie, there's no the bulb call the engineer. No light no fix working stealing fucking that no listen please, I beg. We're just gonna and I'm not even gonna try. I'm not,
one day.
Yes, honestly, that is like the ultimate answer is honestly the moving would be ideal.
It's a new
honestly.
building, by the way. It was just built
That's
like
tragic.
a year ago.
That's absolutely fucking tragic. It's
not even like, oh, maybe it's like an old building. No, it's new.
No, deadass chat, what's going to happen is I'm going to come to Indonesia and I'm going to stuff Kanna and her puppy into a crate. And then I'm going to smuggle them back to the US, and then I'm not going to have to worry about it anymore, because this is absolutely fucking tragic.
And a rocking one light bulb. Yeah, that's true. That's true. I'm like waiting for like the lights today. You know what I mean? Because now the bedroom is fine. Because like when I sleep, it's dark anyway. Yada yada yada. It's fine. And there's the sunlight to wake me up in the morning. So it's like, okay. It's hard to eat in the dark. So I put the light in the living room. Cooking, there is fire. And I turn on the living room light. And hopefully it like shines enough light into the kitchen-ish.
Kanna,
you know what I mean?
You're absolutely killing me. Just buy a standing lamp. You know what? Fuck it. We're not even going to patch the hole in the ceiling. Fuck it. But just get a standing lamp. You can get them usually really cheap, and just you know what a standing lamp is, right? Kanna, please say.
You know what? That sounds like an IKEA trip. That sounds like an IKEA trip. Again, you're killing all of us. Are you gonna carry me Pragmata style all the way to the US?
Yes. Okay.
So I'm just gonna strap you to my back. I wasn't the only one confused why the heck the light thing looks like that.
Yeah, that's there's the fixture's not even there. Like there's nothing to plug a bulb into.
It's a square light. You know what I mean? The light itself is the
Right,
thing
right.
within it.
Yeah, but I'm just saying like it's just hanging by the wires. That's a fire hazard. That's not. Just leave that shit alone. Hold on. Here.
It had like when they took the light out, it had like clippy things that gripped onto the ceiling inside. Does that make sense?
Yes. There's a fixture that's supposed to hold all of that work in place, all of that in place there, and that fixture is missing. That's the problem. Is the fixture is missing, and if you try to plug the light bulb back into it or anything like, it's just gonna it's like a panel lamp. Yeah, there's a whole arrangement of things that are supposed to be there. Look at what I sent you.
The hole in the ceiling is like a horror film. It's been there for a year. It's too late for me to fear it now.
That's insane. That is absolutely fucking insane. I love the fact that you're allergic to your dog. Bless you.
Thank you. $10? A standing lamp is $10?
Yeah, that one is. Well, I mean, I'm looking at the U.S. site. I don't know what it's gonna be in Indonesian. Bless you.
Let me search. Thank you. I have been sneezing a lot because of the stray fur flying around. You know what I mean?
That was just the first cheapest standing lamp that I saw on IKEA.
It is in IKEA.
Yeah. This is IKEA's thing. So they have a bunch of relatively inexpensive lamps on IKEA's website. So you should be able to pick up something and just use that. Just don't try to fix the tore up ass apartment. Please, Kanna. Just use just get a few standing lamps, and then we need to start working on finding you someplace else to leave or to live. Oh god.
Don't worry about it. It's fine. It's fine.
Just we need to focus on getting you married.
Is Farrah trying to marry me off? Father, I'm not ready for this whole arranged marriage situation.
Listen, I feel like it's kind of imperative to your continued survival, alright? Look.
I'm a strong, independent woman who just has a hole in her ceiling. Like, really? I mean, I don't even know if I wish the engineer would just put the light back there. So then, it's at least not a hole.
I don't know what the engineer probably shouldn't be touching anything if that's how he left it. That just.
Oh, that guy is. So I don't like him. I genuinely don't like him.
Yeah.
But it is what it is, chat. It is what it is. Oh, I'm sorry to wake you from your sleep because of not even the ceiling hole from the door. I
hadn't even made it to bed, like to sleep. I was in bed reading, and then I see the picture of your fucking door handle on your desk, and I'm like, wait, what the fuck is that? Why is it on your desk and not attached to a door? Oh, my fuckery senses are tingling.
Can you ask them to switch the lamp, Yeah. I asked that, and they asked to be paid. Like, I forgot, if I'm not mistaken, like 300 or 400,000 to switch it.
Brother, you pay rent. They should be fixing the shit because you pay rent.
And then I was like, you're gonna make me pay you 400,000 to switch the lights from one place. You know what I mean? And I was like,
yeah,
that doesn't sound right. That's why I haven't done it. That's why there's a hole.
Yeah, no. Buy yourself a couple, 3 of these little cheap ass floor lamps and just use them, and then we'll start working on getting you into another place to live, I guess. I wonder if the place where Michi lives has vacancies.
Can I just live in her like bathroom or something? No, her bathroom also doesn't have a door handle. Never mind.
Plus, she sticks things to walls, so there's that too.
Right. No, actually, not her bathroom. Actually, of all places, not her bathroom. Definitely not the bathrooms.
To the wall, to the sink.
Oh, man.
Oh, God.
Do not put these two together. Their issues will multiply exponentially.
I've got a great... I've got a great idea. I just had a... Hold on.
Why is he laughing? Chat, why is he laughing? Did we lose him? Not even 1 a.m. yet there.
Send it to you in the DM.
Haha. 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 Ha ha. And watch whoever loses their mind first. Guess which one. Test.
100%.
Oh, brother. Oh, my
That's so fucking funny. I don't know. We'll figure something out, I guess. Well, I say we'll figure about it. We'll figure something out. I don't know. We'll try to help you figure something out.
Don't worry about it. It's fine. I've survived this long somehow.
It's true. It's true. You are clearly God's favorite creature.
Somehow. I love how people are still talking about the wiring, and I'm like, bro, I don't even know.
Yeah, the wiring is.
Yeah, what's crazy was the square floating thing even died like a couple of months before that. So I had to switch it out with a new square thing.
Yeah, that wiring looks like shit. You pay for rent. You shouldn't have to be paying to fix their fault. Oh my God. Kanna, you do understand that there is no universe in which I could successfully live in Indonesia, because the first time some place that I was paying rent for told me that I had to pay them to fix their faulty hardware. They didn't need to pay for their faulty teeth after I was done with them. Like, you do understand.
To be fair,
comparatively, beat the brakes off of them.
Comparatively, this place is better than the one before. The previous place had a cockroach nest under the sink. And then I asked them to check, and they're like, wow, wait, why does your sink look like this? There's a thing that was supposed to be put on it 7 years ago. And I'm like, there's a what? There's supposed to be what now? Like, yeah, we gave the thing that's supposed to be under there like 7 years ago. And I'm like, well, clearly the owners didn't check the thing.
Oh my God, there's no way. There's no, well, you know what? We'll just bring you here somehow. Put you in a bag or a box or something and smuggle you into the US, and then we'll figure it out once you're here.
Is it normal for you guys to pay for things to get fixed? I mean, I think so. I mean, it depends. Insane. Like, you're in charge of like if you need to maintain things. Yeah.
If you break it, like, I could see it, but if it's like something like this where it's like nothing is wrong, or like it's not something that's not something you broke or something you could have done anything about, that's their shit. Like, you don't own that fucking unit, right? So like, if it's their shit, they need to fix it, not you paying to fix that's insane. It's absolutely fucking insane, and it would cause me to be violent that people have never experienced before in Indonesia.
Sometimes you get a scummy maintenance. Yeah, probably, because I feel like like utility people here usually they want it to break again fast, so they'll get called back again. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that shit's illegal here. Like, that's like absolutely, that's actually illegal. Like, for the property owner to not maintain the building that they own. Like, that would get them sued. Like that would get like government agencies would find them and stuff. Like, so there's absolutely no.
Exactly why I asked, since it's illegal.
Yeah, it's like massively illegal here at the federal level, and then some states are even worse about it. I used to be a property manager at one point in my life. I've done that before, and I had to make sure that all the units were being properly maintained, because if they weren't maintained correctly, like the tenants could sue us. So the concept that you have had a hole in your ceiling with no light fixture working for a year makes my eye twitch.
I mean, that the previous, this is not my exact previous, but like the place I had before, they had like black mold at some point. Not like they did anything about it. But it's okay. I'm alive. I'm still alive, and I don't live there anymore. So like it's fine. Probably. I yeah. You think I got poisoned? You think that's why my brain cells died? Was I inhaling spores?
So first she gets poisoned by the black mold, chat. Then she sprays ant poison and breathes deep.
Actually, do you wonder why I'm still alive?
I do. Honestly, I want to put you in the U.S. specifically in the state that I live in, because we don't have like air pollution here at all. I want to put you here with clean filtered water, no air pollution, like proper nutrition, like not breathing black mold and shit for like a year, and see if you don't become like Wonder Woman or something, because I feel like if we remove all of the Indonesian debuffs from you, you and Michi both would be titans. Because like, wowzers, you survived this shit.
I really did. I had black mold in 2 different places, and I'm still alive. Like 2 different places, as in like I went from one place to a different place, and they both had black mold, just in different places. The first one was in like the place where you put the clean wash dishes. They had black mold in there somehow. The second place had it near the bathroom area.
So
I'm alive though, so maybe it's like kind of okay.
That's a lot. Hold on, I'm gonna have to be a moderator for a minute here. Hey guys, all that stuff is really cool. Can we not have like separate conversations going on in the chat, please? Thank you. On topic, we're currently discussing the fact that Kanna is still alive despite Indonesia trying its best to kill her.
Maybe it has shaped my immune system to be stronger-ish. Right?
Considering how often you're sick, I don't know that tracks. I don't know that tracks, Kanna. Honestly, I don't.
Isn't there something like exposure therapy type thing?
But it doesn't work like that with
like
poison
you know,
and black mold
and
and
manga,
constant air
anime,
pollution.
When you get exposed to something and you get poisoned enough times, you get like poison immunity.
That doesn't work. That's not how that works in real life, Kanna. That's not how any of that works.
It's not how it works. I thought you're supposed to be able like to train yourself. If you inject poison to yourself, then one day you'll probably somewhat be immune to it. You know what I mean?
No. You typically would just die before that. Like.
Makasih, Beb.
Bender, you're so right. When is the food coming, Kanna?
I haven't ordered. I got distracted by the door handle falling off.
Oh my god, order food. La, please, I beg.
I'm ordering food now. What food am I getting, chat?
Why are you slowly but surely devolving into like Michi number 2, like mini Michi?
Nola.
Please. Don't do this to me.
I still eat more than Michi does.
That's Kanna, sweetie. That bar is on the floor. Like that is like that is eating more than Michi. You could eat a pack of crackers a day, and you're probably eating more than Michi at that point.
That's true. I don't understand how she's alive, to be honest.
You don't get to using Michi as the standard is not it for eating. For some things, sure, but eating is not one of them.
Oh man, I don't know what to eat. Cause like usually
somebody said corned beef, and corned beef does sound pretty good.
Yeah, but like here it just comes in a can.
Yes, I am aware that it's the corned beef hash. I know what you get. Yeah.
What the heck is
Well, is there not a restaurant that serves that?
I'm searching it now.
Nasi lemak with fried chicken.
I searched corned beef. You know what turned up? Wagyu beef. So I guess not.
That's not it.
I didn't even know there is like a non-canned version of that. I thought corned meat meant canned, but they just said it funny. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
You totally know what I mean.
We sell they sell the canned corned beef here too. I remember I actually had to get into it with Ray one day because she was saying something about corned beef. So there's different kinds of corned beef, and there's the canned corned beef, but we're talking about as corned beef hash, and that's a completely different other thing from just straight up corned beef, because you can get corned beef that you like throw in the oven and usually cook with like cabbage or Brussels sprouts, and that shit is I'm gonna have to get some. Maybe that's what I'll do for dinner this weekend. Is I'll get some corned beef. I could do that.
Send some. That's
it's gonna be
lunch.
rancid by the time it gets there. Send yourself.
That's
send
my
yourself.
lunch.
Send yourself. No,
you think I'll get through customs?
Yeah, I think they'd let you through.
No, what? And so the hash part is like hash brown?
Kind of, yeah. It's potatoes usually. Yeah, it's like hash brown potatoes.
Maybe I should just have hash brown.
You need more vitamins and minerals and nutrients than just potato, please, I beg.
And does potato not have vitamin? Oh my god, hash brown.
Not really.
No, it's not available. I hate that hash browns are only in the morning in McD.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. Oh my god, more hash brown. From another place. Burger is what appeared in my thing.
Burger.
Burger.
Get a burger.
What did I eat last night?
Burger.
I ate beef bowl last night. What did I have for lunch? Hainanese rice. What did I have the day before? I'm hungry, but I don't know what to eat, chat. Carl's Jr. is pretty good. Carl's Jr. closed down in Indonesia a couple of years ago. They came back though, but they only have like one, I think. One, whatchamacallit? What's a place? You know what I mean? Location.
Yes. Okay.
That does not surprise me at all. They're gone from Thailand too. I thought Indonesia was a problem. Not gonna lie, I was just like, yeah, no, just give up on our market. There's no hope. But it turns out that may not be it. I don't know what to have there.
Carl's Jr. is pretty good. We call it Hardee's here, but it's basically the same thing.
Hardee's?
Yeah, that's what they call.
Why are they called Hardee's? Is it because the burger is hard?
I don't know, honestly.
Is fast food not healthy, so I should avoid fast food? Do you know why sometimes I don't know what to eat? Because like I feel like I overthink it. You know what I mean? Like I sit here and I'm like, if I eat A, oh, that's probably not healthy because it's like fried or something. But then
Pizza.
I get decision paralysis.
What about pizza?
Is
Pizza's
pizza
good.
pizza's also not healthy? Question mark? Is it?
I mean, it's not something you should probably eat a lot every day, but in and of itself, I mean, you can get pizza that has like vegetables and things on it. So,
Soto. I feel like I haven't been eating enough protein, I feel. But I also don't know. You know, sometimes I'm like, well, then protein. But like, then what? Pizza would be great, but there's not enough protein in that. Burger has more protein. But burgers
pizza
don't
has a
seem
lot of
healthy.
protein depending on. Okay, it depends on the
Really?
pizza. An Indonesian pizza, yeah, because cheese gives you protein. You can put meat on a pizza that also gives you protein.
Huh.
You know, and you can put vegetables
Oh.
on the pizza too, like onions and bell peppers and olives and things. I mean, they're not outstanding vegetables, but they are vegetables.
I'm so hungry that I got sleepy. Does that happen? That's been happening to me.
Yes.
If my tummy is so empty and then I get sleepy. Is it the lack of energy?
Yes. Probably.
Rice bowl. Chicken rice with salted egg. I'm just literally reading out what's in my home screen. Subway.
I don't know how Subway is there, but I don't like the Subway here. Subway here is kind of meh. But a sandwich wouldn't be terrible. Again, you could get meat, protein, dairy, all vegetables, all of the above on a Subway.
Wheat bread is like 12% protein. It is? I thought it was just carbs.
No.
Yeah.
There's some protein.
I hate deciding what to eat because I get so indecisive.
Well, okay. Do you want me to tell you what to get? Because I mean, I can do that.
Depends what you're gonna tell me to get. What are you telling me to get?
What about a burger? We talked about a burger. What about a burger?
Okay, I'll get a burger.
Okay. There you go.
Head empty. It'll take like maybe an hour to get here, maybe. I don't know.
Yeah.
Unless I get a different place. But like, I have too many thoughts.
Okay. What's your favorite burger joint?
They're all like, they don't have, what do you call it? Branches? I can't say the name. It's like, you know what I mean? Like, it's not like McDonald's type shit where it's everywhere.
Right.
It's like a thing. But they they have like homemade brioche buns with like a square.
Yeah, so it's like
patty.
a burger joint. Yeah. Yeah.
And they have homemade Coca-Cola.
Do that.
Yeah.
Get a burger, some fries, and a Coca-Cola.
So I've never tried the homemade Coca-Cola. They always run out. Let me see. They have homemade Coca-Cola, lemonade, fruit punch, hash brown? Gotta get the hash brown.
That's fine. Get the hash brown.
Yeah.
Get a burger and a hash brown.
Oh,
It's
right.
fine.
Burger. Where's the
Burger.
Should I get a chicken burger? Should I get a cheeseburger?
Cheeseburger.
Cheeseburger.
Cheeseburger. You're let the American flow through you. Cheeseburger.
You're so right. Sauce original. Yeah, whatever that is. Order.
Some lettuce, tomato, pickle.
Delivery 35 minutes, but so expensive. Ongkir lah. The delivery fee is discount. Sorry.
Sorry.
I'm Asian through and through. No, that's plenty. No, it's fine. It's fine. No, it's fine. No, it's fine.
Do I need to?
No, Pharaoh.
I could.
No, it's
don't make me bully you with money, because I'll bully you with money. You know I will,
it's
right?
like it's like $2.50 of delivery fee. You gave me plenty. It's okay. For here though, it's a lot, but like it's okay.
Yes.
Farrah is highly concerned about my consumptions.
Yes.
Okay. Ooh, but what if I check in the other app? What if it has more discount? I'm gonna check. Must get biggest discount.
That's understandable. If you can get a discount, get a discount.
Do you have like things other than like Uber Eats there? Uber Eats is a thing there, right?
Yeah, we have Uber Eats. We also have DoorDash.
Oh, we don't have DoorDash here, so that's exactly like Uber Eats.
Kind of, sort of. DoorDash only does food. It's not like Uber Eats that does other things. Load Twitch. Do you want to load? Thank you.
Kool-Aid Tropical Punch. What is that? What's Kool-Aid? Do you know what Kool-Aid is? What the heck is that? Is that it? Oh. No sugar. Huh. They have funny things, Pharaoh. They have Skittles drink. What is that? I'm getting distracted.
I don't know, but that sounds good.
Food. Skittle drink. Boop, 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 boop. Boop, boop, boop. Discount, please. Nyaha. 40%. Oh. Wait. How much is this giving me? 30k discount versus... Discounts are amazing, chat. I live for them. This one gives me 50k discount. Nyaha. We did it, chat. We did it. Oh, and then you can stack the discounts. I got a 60k discount, chat. 70k discount. Nyaha. Nyaha. What's your content, Kanna? It's just people listening to me get a discount. No big deal. Okay. So it's basically free. No, you just have to pay for the food. Unfortunate. Let me think. It's expensive, chat. Even after all the discounts, it's still 100k. Cause like they jack up the prices if you buy it like through, well, like the Uber Eats, you know what I mean? Like they jack up the prices usually by 30%-ish because there's like platform fees. So it's still expensive. So I feel like the discounts are just neutralizing whatchamacallit, the platform fees. I wanna sneeze. Okay, let me stretch my legs because I keep forgetting I have a pedestal now. Okay, dokie. Okay. Have to be honest. I saw a bit.
Okay.
Hi, Pharaoh.
Hi.
I saw a bit of the, was it VOD or video of you ratting me out to Lesage? And I heard my voice and I closed it.
Nice. Sorry, I had to basically. I just everybody congratulate Sin on being Ray's newest mod.
Sen? Congratulations. Good
Sin
luck,
just
bro.
got slapped in the head. Sin just got slapped upside the head with a new sword.
Good luck. No, it'll be fine. Ray is totally more sane than I am, probably.
Well. NFS said that he had to go, so he's like, "Can anybody mod So he's like, can anybody mod for Ray? And I'm busy dog sitting, so I had Sin
Dog sitting.
got a
Where's the
sword.
dog that needs sitting?
I am currently looking at her right now.
How could I know what you're looking at, right, chat? We don't know what Farrah's looking at.
The dog that I had to help open her door.
You loved your voice. I couldn't. I only heard a bit of it. Like, I only watched a bit of the VOD, and I'm like, yeah, I can't hear myself, and then die.
Oh, Lesage finds your voice fascinating.
Fascinating in what way? How it can make squeaky sounds?
Because he's trying to understand how you can...
How I can what?
Like sing the way you do and make the sounds that you do while singing.
Huh? Isn't it the same as other people? What?
No.
No?
Apparently not. According to Lesage, no. Because him and his friend, I couldn't remember who, I never caught who the other person was that he was on stream with, were both sitting there trying to figure out what it was you were doing and how you were doing it to sound the way you were sounding while you were singing. Was it Saber? Okay. So yeah, so both Sage and Saber were trying to figure out what it was you were doing to make your voice sound the way that it sounded.
Wait a minute. Are you telling me that the way I've been making a sound is not normal?
The professional opera singer is confused about how you make the sounds that you do when you sing.
Is that concerning?
Not in a bad way.
Chat?
Yes, that's the thing. Sage doesn't struggle. Sage never struggles. He can listen to somebody singing and tell you what posture they're in. Like he can tell if you're shrimping by the way you're singing. And then there's you. And Sage is perplexed.
Perplexed.
Bamboozled.
Wait, do we not all sound the same way? What?
No, Kanna, no. Especially not when it comes to singing. Like, yes, and that's the thing he did. He liked it very much. He just, like I said, it wasn't bad. He just he liked it. He just couldn't figure out what you were doing. Yeah, and he doesn't want to change how you're doing it because it's great. He's just trying to understand what it is you're doing with your mouth parts that make you sound the way that you sound.
Chat, if he can't figure it out, I will never figure it out. You know what I mean? Like, what was the thing? Hyoid? Thyroid? No. What was it?
The hyoid.
The mouth hole thing. I don't even know what those are. Hi, Sen. Congratulations on your new unsolicited job recruitment. Everyone use air and sound different when they sing. Oh, they do? Is it when I sang like a gremlin, or is it when I sang?
No, like when you were normally singing, like when you were actually like singing with intention. Yeah, no, that's when. Yeah.
He's not even confused by Envy Baby, but he's confused when I sing normally. Is that concerning?
Even like everything about the way you sing is he's like how she sound like that. When I showed him Envy Baby, he had the most perplexed look on his face while he listened to it. He was like, "What is she doing?" And I was like, "Being Kanna," and he's like, "Yeah, but I mean, what is she doing that her voice sounds like that? Like, how does she do that?" And I'm like, "I don't know." Kanna, hashtag Kanna things.
How does she make that sound? Well, what sound?
How does she make that sound?
That?
Just the way you sing in general is like, yeah, your overall singing is very unique, apparently, but not in a bad way.
The body is an instrument and everyone is unique. Going from absolute goblin to low tones. Wait, when did I ever sound like a goblin?
Every day when you speak.
Hey! I could speak non-goblin-like if I wanted to.
Right in this specific moment, as we are sitting here, you are serving big goblin energy. You're always talking about this big dog energy. It's big goblin energy.
Are they the same? But like big goblin equals big dog? Big goblin dog? Can I just be... Is it because... Should I talk in a low tone? I feel like I would laugh though. The fact that you haven't listened to yourself.
I want to hear low tone, Kanna. Now I need to.
I can't. I'm gonna laugh.
Low tone.
What is low tone? I don't know. I guess we'll find out. What do you want me to say? Try laughing in low tone. Haha. Wouldn't I just sound like Santa Claus? I'll be like ho ho ho. You know what I mean? Like what?
Wait. Chat. I think we are currently we have found the keys to unlocking Kanna big mommy energy ara. Hold on.
What the fuck is a big R? Okay.
Okay. I need you to do ara in your lowest tone. Quickly, damage them.
I don't think it'll do damage, but not in the way you think, sir.
Doesn't matter. Just do it.
I don't think I can. Wait.
I believe in you.
Can you give me an example?
Yeah, just you got to get down as low as you can, and you just ara. You can do that. I believe in you.
You're welcome, chat.
Yes, it's supposed to be bad. Now, Kanna.
Uh-huh.
I gave you an example. Let's hear it. Your best low tone RR. I believe in you.
You know my voice is like so high right now.
Summon the same energy you had for Unholy.
We don't talk about Unholy, even though YouTube will never make me forget.
I believe in you. Do it. Just drop it down.
Like that? That's so weird though.
Summon your inner Muna.
That's so weird.
There you go.
I don't think there's no inner Muna.
That's pretty good though. That's pretty good. I think you could probably get lower, but that was pretty good. That's pretty damn good.
How do I get lower than that? I don't even know where I was.
Where's Yamumu? Yamumu, are you here?
Yamu's on holiday. Vacation. Leave
that's
the
right.
poor
I forgot
man
he's on
alone.
vacation. That's right.
Oh my god, that means I'm free chat.
Wait.
Whatever I do will not
Sin's here. Sin does a lot of the same stuff Yamu does. Sin, you know what I need you to do, buddy?
No, Sen just got another job. Thoughts? Sen just got another job.
Thank you, Sen.
Like literally, Sen is literally. Hello. Hello. No one can channel Muna energy. Well, I can't at least. Is that it? Did I do it right? I don't know if I did it right.
You did it right.
Was I supposed to do it more gremlin-like?
No, that was perfect. Honestly, that was perfect. And it will live on forever, don't worry.
What?
We'll make sure
We're nuking the VOD.
Lives on forever.
We're nuking the VOD. Nuke the VOD!
No.
Where's my people? Nuke the VOD! I have no
You mean my people? You mean my people? You mean
what was that? This stream was my background. Who's that person? Are you talking about Pharaoh? That was Pharaoh.
Nope. They were talking about you, buddy. They were talking about you.
Oh, it's one of those things that I did that's gonna haunt me, isn't it? And I didn't
sound
think
alert
much
incoming,
of it.
chat.
Oh, brother!
New sound alert. This one's gonna be a gift sub sound alert.
No, actually no.
This one is gonna be. This one's definitely gonna be a gift sound alert. It's like 10 gifted. You get the
I was
RR.
awake. Can you do it again? No. You'll never hear it forever. Nuke the VOD. Where's my people? Nuke the VOD.
You have no people. All of your people belong to me, and I don't listen to you.
Oh my god, do you think I'm shooting myself on the foot? Like, think about it. If I just start thinking for more than 1 second about what I'm doing, you know what I mean? Your people are compromised. They were never my people. They were
I love
never
Dark.
my people.
I only see Pharaoh's team. Yes, exactly.
I only answer to Pharaoh. All these people, they're planted. What is it called? Double agents. Corporate spies. What is it called?
No double agent. It was made clear to you from the get-go. These are
like single agent. They're all just single agents.
they only answer to one will, and that is mine.
But I have so much big dog energy. Think about it, guys. Come to my side. I have so much big dog energy. Look at me.
You have the most teacup terrier energy. Like
I should have just done it. I should have just gremlin the RR. I regret it now.
Yeah. Don't regret it. It's gonna get you paid in the future.
At what cost? I am single and I am an agent.
Oh my god, Kanna and her big lapdog energy.
Ooh, thoughts. So does that mean when I talk normally?
Oh, that's perfect. Oh, that's beautiful, Sin. Thank you.
What did said, don't you have another job? Like, you literally just got recruited for another job unwillingly. You know what I mean? Like, hello?
Kanna. Kanna.
Yes.
Guess what time it is, Kanna? I need you to open up, mix it up, and change the sound alert for when somebody gifts you 10 gifted subs.
You even have it date stamped. The file. Why is it called RR01?
It is. It's the first time.
There will not be a 02. Mind you, there will not be a 02, chat.
Kanna gives like I don't know, like lapdog energy, like genuinely speaking. Yeah, like lapdog energy. Yeah. In my mind.
Someone will disagree with that. I'm sure one of you will be on my side.
In my mind, I see you being the lazy sleepy lapdog. Just let me lie here and pet me and I will be happy. That is the Kanna energy.
No, I would be pretty happy. Feed me though.
Yeah, of course, feeding. Yeah. Feeding is kind of goes along with that, but yeah.
Does that? Oh, I have to have a new It's called a ding. Okay, duplicate. I have to change the sound. Are we sure we want that sound? Honestly, I'm pretty sure
Absolutely.
No one wants to hear it like that.
I promise you. Everybody wants that sound for your 10 gifted subs.
Nobody wants it.
Everybody wants it.
Right.
If Cow was here, Cow would be absolutely giddy.
No, it's okay. Don't worry about it. Wait. Raw upload sound. I have to upload a file that says... Okay.
Oh,
wow.
That's gonna be funny.
Where's the upload button? It will pay you. At what cost, chat? At what cost? My sanity. Because I have to hear it. You know what I mean?
It's fine.
Save. And then I have to test it now, don't I? Oh, brother. Thank you for the gift.
Cow Summoner 54.
Please do not summon
Amazing.
Cow. I did. Okay, chat. I don't know why, but it's not for a reason. I haven't tested it. I don't know if it'll work. But it
We'll
should
find
be
out.
there probably. That the chat
Somebody
refresh.
will gift you 10. We'll send you 10 gifted at some point in here, and it will be.
You know what? We'll
funny.
forget about it.
You won't be expecting it, and that's going to be the best part. 0. Thank you.
Wow, that was like what, 2 seconds? Thank you, Zero Raven 1264 for the gifted sub. Ah! Is that me? Is that what I sound like? Oh, brother.
That's outstanding. That's outstanding. That's gonna jump scare her worse. That's gonna jump scare her worse than the other thing used to.
It's okay. No, it's okay. What are the chances? It's fine. And what are the chances? It's okay. It's okay. Stay calm, Kanna. 10 gifted subs don't happen often, so it's okay. They really just like forget it exists. Okay. Wow, my ears. My ears. Is that what I sound like?
But you.
What? North of AC. Thank you for the gifted sub, Ashik. Makasih, Beb. Thank you, Zane, for the bits. My ears. Okay, it's fine. It only happened twice, so don't worry about it. Okay. Oh! Who did that? No. I don't know how to say it. Jovial? Thank you for the gifted sub. Pharaoh, we need to have a talk.
No, we don't.
How about I petition for a different sound?
No.
How about...
No.
How about... No, chat.
No. No.
3. No, yeah, 3. No, I can live with that. That's still under... Suffer. No, it's okay. It's okay. It's okay. Peachy Mustard, right? Peachy, thank you so much for the gifted sub. Did you just laugh at me, sir? Did you?
I don't know what you're talking about. What do you mean?
Is that what I sound like when I'm singing Unholy?
Yes.
Why did you just kill me? Why did you just kill me? Why did I not feel this level of embarrassment when I was singing it? Is there something wrong with me? No. Oh, is that
because you couldn't hear yourself? Right. I did that one too. When did I do that? When did I say that? Oh, my eyes, my ears. I think we're run out though. That's it, right? There's that one. And then the thank you. And you're all laughing at me. No, actually. Saying thank you for the bits. I think we've run out. That's all, right? I don't have any more sounds. Chat? I've run out of alerts. So, actually, thank you. I think that's it. Right, Pharaoh? Are you challenging us to find more? No. No, I'm really not. No, look into my eyes. No, actually, Pharaoh, look into my eyes. Pharaoh, you trust me, right? I'm not trying to. I'm literally not trying to. I think that's all. I don't know, chat. I don't know. I don't know. I think she doubts you.
No, I don't. I want to ask Kanna, can you say like, hey honey or hi darling? I don't think that's a good idea. Who knows what Pharaoh will do to me?
Torture you.
Yeah.
Without question.
You wouldn't torture me, would you, Pharaoh?
With money, yes. Yes. Suffer from success. Yes.
Is this really a success? Is this what success feels like?
Yes. Yes.
So when people say suffer from success, they actually mean suffering.
Yes. Yes. I'm considered very successful in the VTuber space, and all I know is suffering. Yes. Yes.
I don't know where your suffering comes from, but surely.
I'm currently fucking talking to her at the moment.
Surely. Okay.
You know, a high honey would be a hey. You want the hey honey or the high honey?
What's the difference?
Because high honey was the thing for the longest time, wasn't it, guys? Wasn't that the thing that Susei? Yeah, high honey. Yeah, that one. The one that Susei made. Hold on. Here.
Is Pharaoh gonna give us an example? Can we make that his alert? Is Pharaoh actually looking for it? He's getting the original.
Let me make sure this is the right one.
This is what I should be using my voice for, really, Chad.
Yes, this is absolutely what you should be using your voice for. There you go.
What the hell? Ara ara sayonara, hi honey.
I need you to hear the way Susei does it.
Do you?
Yeah.
Is it? Wait.
Yeah, I know. Like, trying to embarrass me doesn't work because I have zero shame. So, I mean, if you really want a Pharaoh, hi, honey. I mean, there you go. There's your hi, honey. But you can do it better, and Susei did it way better. So, I mean.
Why did she say hi, honey? I love you. I don't think I can say that.
Just the hi, honey. You don't need the last part. You just need the hi, honey.
I repeated it 3 times and it's still funny. I don't think I can do that. Wait.
I believe in you. Sorry, BMO. Sorry, Soy. You can't. You know, people. You know, Kanna tries to. I don't know what Kanna tries to do. She's like, Pharaoh won't say it. Pharaoh has shame. Pharaoh has no shame. What do you mean? Pharaoh will say whatever. He doesn't give a shit. It's your stream. It's your case. It's your community that you're tormenting with my vocal, monstrosities. So
I would never torture my poor community. I think it's a blessing for all of us, right, chat? Right, chat?
I have loads of whimsy, Sin. My whimsy is just violent, okay? Listen. I keep telling you, my whimsy is monochrome and tastes of ash. I believe in you, Kanna.
I genuinely don't know how to... Okay. I don't think I can do it. I wanna laugh! She looks like she sounds like she kind of like has to pee a little bit. Okay. Kikabulit gitu. Aduh. Sakit perut. Wait a minute. You do it every day. I do, but to my dog, chat. To my dog.
Just look at your dog and imagine you're saying it to her. It's easy.
Is it?
It is.
What if I laugh?
You'll get it done without laughing. I believe in you. I believe in you.
I'm trying to imagine if I should do it in my low tone or my normal tone or whatever tone. I don't know what's gonna come.
Tone. The same tone that you just did the RR in. That is the absolute tone you need for the hi, honey.
You 1000%. You think I can control it, don't you?
I believe in you.
What is my content really? Is it just Pharaoh torturing me, chat?
Yes. At this point, apparently.
Are we just trying to torture each other? Is this really what the internet is about? Yes. Who said that?
This is Kanna and I are engaged in a slow moving battle. She had me on the ropes for a while, but I can't decided, you know what, fuck this. I'm coming back swinging, and now here we are.
I made sure to say it while you were talking.
No, do it again.
Oh, brother.
Do it again.
But I had a whole plan. I had a whole plan.
Do it again.
That
do
was
it again.
so big
do
brain
it,
though.
No, do it again.
Damn you ads.
Do it. Do it again. You gotta wait. You can wait 15 seconds and you have to do it again.
But I timed it so perfectly.
That's great. You gotta do it again anyway. It's just how it is.
Is it even right?
Your microphone cut out. Like I didn't hear you. Like at all. Like I don't think it even came through at all. So do it again.
Hi, honey.
Perfect. Sin.
Oh, brother.
Do it.
Why is Zane dying? Is that what it was supposed to sound like?
It was perfect. It was absolutely better than what I was trying to get out of you. It was even better. It's so good. Ship it.
Do I have
clip it and ship it?
Do I have that thing where I feel like I need to do well in whatever I do? Is that my problem? Because like I didn't have to commit. You know what I mean?
That's true. You didn't. I am weaponizing your Asian upbringing right now as we speak.
Is that the Asian child in me?
Yeah, that is. I think so.
Kanna holds such power. She needs to learn how to wield that weapon. I think earlier Dark was like, Kanna, you have so much range. I'm like, what range are you talking about? You mean the fact that I can be goblin and not goblin-ish?
There's way more range than that. That's true, Kanna. You didn't need to commit to a lot of the things that you've ended up committing to, but here we are.
You know what? I should go to a therapist and unpack that. You know what I mean? Like, why do I sat to myself and I thought about what Michi said. Like, why do you do that to yourself? I genuinely don't know. I just don't think about it. It just happens. And maybe my problem is not thinking.
She's low-key a masochist, chat. That's what it is. She complains, but she likes the torture.
I would like to protest this theory.
Would you?
Yeah, I protest. Look at me.
Do you?
What's the opposite of masochist? Unmasochistic? Oh, yeah, I'm a sadist. Yeah, I'm a sadist.
You don't like to see anything.
I can try.
You don't like to see anything in pain. I don't know what you're talking about.
I can try. Oh, so you admit I'm not trying to give you pain because I don't like seeing you in pain.
La Torin, it's not that I'm a masochist. It's that I'm willing to suffer through a lot to see my agenda that I have like accomplished, right? So like, you know.
I'm sad. My friend who is a metal man living in America gaslit me to say hi honey and Ara on stream as a dog girl. Now I must unpack it all today. Maybe the therapist will need a therapist.
Therapist gonna be so confused. Hey, Christopher.
Thank you so much for the gifted subs. Beep, 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 beep.
Oh, it's beautiful. Oh, it's so good. Okay.
What's beautiful?
Here, Kanna, guess what time it is? So Ara was 10 gifted. Chat, what should Hi Honey be? The 15 gifted?
It doesn't have to be anything. They already heard it once. It doesn't have to be anything.
What do you
know?
think? What do you guys think?
How about nothing? You know what I mean?
Is there none for 5? That's true. There's none for 5.
Definitely more valuable than Ara. Why are we discussing this? Like
5 or 15, chat, or do we put Ara on 5 and put Hi Honey on 10?
why do they all sound terrible? This all sounds like a terrible idea, mind you. You know, chat, you don't have to force yourself to do this. Honestly, like we don't even have to hear it ever again in our lives. You know what I mean?
Let's see. I'm seeing Hi Honey on 5. I'm seeing swap Ara to 5.
It's not free. We're never doing it again. Thoughts?
None of this is free. I'm gonna be real with you. There's not gonna be free.
How about there's not gonna be? Period. Have we thought about that? You know? First, trying to make you moolah. Again, at what cost?
Ara on 5 and... Okay. Yeah, actually, I think that's... Yeah. We want to keep it accessible, chat. I don't want to price it out to the point where people can't enjoy it. I mean, you got to pay for it because if we're gonna torture Kanna, we have to pay for torturing Kanna, right? Just to be fair. So Kanna, open up to mix it up.
I have a question. Why does torturing me have to always be in the option? You know what I mean?
Because it's the nature of the industry, sweetie. Open up, mix it up for me.
Oh!
Wait. Christopher. Hold on. Christopher, hold on.
That means I have to play it, don't I?
Yeah, you've gotta go ahead and pull. Christopher, which did you want? Did you want the R or did you want the Hi Honey?
Or none is also an option, Christopher. You don't have to force yourself. Thank you so much for the gifted subs.
Which one you want to both? NFS has
why is both an option? That's like, hello.
You know what? Let's give Christopher both. Since he dropped 20 on you and then 5 earlier, give Christopher both.
Which one was supposed to be which again?
So our Ara is gonna be for 5 gifted, and then we're gonna put Hi Honey for 10 gifted. I'm gonna die.
That means I have to hear myself saying it.
Yes, you do.
I'm literally whining because like I gotta have to hear myself saying it. Oh, brother. Oh.
No, we're not doing 2 for 1, chat. Come on, you hear her suffering, don't you?
No, I'm suffering for the people. I wouldn't
she
want
is
them.
Dead ass whining. The least we can do is make it profitable for her.
Cause like, think about it. I'm whining for the people. Cause like their ears, their poor ears. You know what I mean?
Your poor ears, maybe, but not anybody else's. I don't know what to tell you. So put our in 5. Put Hi Honey for 10, and then play them both for Christopher since he was nice enough to gift you 25.
I really... Wait, okay. Does that mean I can just do this? Okay, wait. Did the chat refresh earlier? Did I save it? If not, I'm just gonna be, dying for nothing.
What do you mean?
Okay, wait. I think I can do this. Wait, let me know if it works. Oh, I'll know if it works. Oh, brother, that's the first one. Okay, let's test the second one. Does it work? Hi, honey. Oh, that's worse. That is worse. That is totally worse.
So there we go, chat. Now we have alerts for gifted subs.
That was worse. No, that was worse. We shall not be silenced. Silence! Silence, humans! It's okay if we tell no one, right?
We're gonna need one for like 100 gifted, because I know Cow will show up at some point and be like, haha, 100 gifted. Oh, I know what's going to be for 100 gifted.
I think Cow should sleep. Should sleep a lot. Oh, brother. Okay. Is 5 out of 10? Does it need to be lower? Why am I even asking? Oh my god, I do have a problem. I have an Asian child syndrome. Pharaoh, take me to therapy. Pharaoh, take me to therapy. Oh no, it's okay. someone else take me to therapy.
The real question is how good are you at? I don't know. Let's see.
What is he gonna ask me, Trent? Hearing the alert should be therapy.
She's about to have an absolute meltdown.
And I'm not already. What makes you she is a people? Oh my god, you've diagnosed me so correctly. Oh brother, I got an idea for 100. No. I'm gonna close my... I didn't
Hold on,
see
chat.
that.
I'm working on it. I've already got 100. You guys are gonna... You're gonna...
You don't have to. You don't have to. You know, you have free will, Pharaoh.
I do.
You have free will, chat. Oh man. Does that mean when I sing, I don't use the same way I talk as when I sing? I'm trying to think about... Yeah, but it's funny. I see. I see, Dark. Wait, Dark,
why are all of these in fucking Japanese? I know it's been done in English.
He googled something, didn't he? When you sing, you kind of adapt to the song. I do? Adapt to the song. Adapt to the song. A lot of people do this. Okay, so it's like a common thing then. Stretchies. Okay. Maybe.
Okay, there we go. I finally found it in fucking English. That was way more difficult.
You don't have to. Oh, brother! Oh, there ain't no way. I don't think I can say that.
You don't think so? No?
No, it's more like
is that too much? Is it? If it is, it's fine.
I'm listening to it. I'm listening to it, and I want to die.
Is it too much? It could be too much. That's the 100 gifto right there, though. That's the big one.
Oh, brother. Oh, but it's for 100, so it's not gonna happen. So, thoughts.
Yeah, you wouldn't hear it very often. You wouldn't hear it very often.
Any. We need to know to judge if it's too much. Hi, honey.
Well, okay. Well, Christopher Reese just dropped a hundo, so I guess get to recording. Or get to saying it. So...
Chris? What the heck?
That's crazy.
Thank you so much for the gifted sub. Yep. I think... Question mark?
Kanna, I mean, I guess you kind of have to now. That's just,
I have to say it with a straight face.
Do you want to like record it not live and send it to me, or do you just want to go ahead and say it on stream?
I could mute my mic on stream, but then Sen can't record. Oh brother! Oh brother! Oh brother! Oh.
So either you have to record it yourself and then send and whatever, or you have to say it on stream so Sen can record it.
I don't know which is worse. Actually having the intent to open like Audacity and record myself saying it, or like saying it. You know what I mean? Like,
yes.
Oh, they're both doing. That's different kinds of mental damage. Not gonna lie.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Okay. Good thing I didn't tweet that I'm streaming today. Okay. I haven't decided which one. I haven't decided which one I'm gonna do. Oh. If I record it separately, I will feel like that's a lot of effort that I'm putting in, even though I'm doing the same thing. But you know what I mean? Oh,
yes,
brother.
I do. I get it. It's different. It's different flavors of mental damage. It's amazing.
Yes, it is.
It's different.
Am I gonna die? I have to
You can mute your microphone and practice it a couple of times, and maybe it'll help.
Put it, Pharaoh.
It might help. Maybe.
Okay.
Not really, but maybe.
Okay, give it. I'll try it once and see how I feel about it. AKA
Okay.
die. But what if I try it once and then I die?
Well, then maybe you need to. Then maybe you just need to fucking raw dog it. Just fucking. just
raw dog it.
Raw dog it.
I'm a dog. I see.
Just fire away. Full commit on the first try. Less thinking, more doing. You know, all of those things.
You're right. No, because like if I do it separately, I'm gonna overthink it. You know what I mean? And then I'm never gonna do it. You're right.
Exactly.
You're right,
so we're not gonna overthink it. We're just gonna do it with our entire chest.
What if I do it while you're talking? Haha. Brother. This is how I die, chat. This is how I die. Remember me as I am right now before you hear it. It's gonna be a cooked dog lover. You're so right. No, you're right. I'm cooked. I'm cooked. You know what? No, I'll psych myself. What if it's not that bad? Right, Pharaoh? Like, what if it's actually not that bad?
It's not gonna be that. It's honestly, considering everything else you've already done, this really is not that bad.
What do you mean?
I'm just saying, considering everything else you've already done, this is really not that bad, honestly.
Okay.
Believe in you.
Okay, I said it mentally and I died. Okay. I'm not gonna look at the screen, because if I see your face, I'm gonna die.
Don't look at the screen.
The side.
That's
I'll
it.
look at the side. Yeah.
That's right.
Wait, I'll hear it one more time. I don't think I can do this mentally. Who says that? Who says this? Nobody. Somebody says this.
Exactly. Nobody says this. Not for real. That's why it's a bit. It's just, remember, it's a bit. It's a bit. It makes it easier. It's just a bit. Nobody says this.
Fully commit for the first one so that I don't have to try again. Fully commit. I have to be in a mental space for this, huh? Sorry. Okay. You're laughing already. I hate you. Chat, mute it. Mute it right now, except for... Well, actually, send mute it right now.
No,
everyone mute your streams right now. Don't listen.
Don't do it, chat.
Max volume, I hate you all. No, actually, I hate you all. Huh? A mental space. And when would you? Hi, honey. Do you want bath, dinner, or me? I've never
Perfect.
doing that again in my life.
Full send.
Never doing that again in my life. And yeah.
And that's the 100 dono. That's the new 100 dono alert, chat.
I didn't even have to say the first part, but if I don't say it, I can't say the next part. You know what I mean? Because I'm just like, I can't just go straight into that. you know, not many people create their own blackmail material. Well. Aren't you correct?
Oh, this is so good, Sin. Please.
I just never want to
You know,
hear
it's funny.
that ever
Sin
again in my
actually
life.
just sent that to me before you did it. He was that's what I'm saying. Sin and I are using the same brain cell.
Is it the good brain cell?
No, it's not the good brain cell. It's not the good brain cell at all. It's really the we require. It's the we require constant supervision brain cell.
The BGM was on, so I guess you should do it. No, I kept it on purpose. The BGM, so that I don't die inside. Thoughts? Because I thought about it.
I have the stream. I have the stream muted, so I didn't hear the BGM was on. And that's
brother!
actually you really should do it without the BGM so that it's clearer.
No, I don't think I can do that again. What do you mean? I have to do it with the... All right, I forgot that you can't hear it. You heard that raw dog. Oh, brother. Why didn't you just kill me? Why didn't you remind me? Thoughts?
Oh, that's true. That's true. The VOD doesn't have the BGM, so that'll be fine.
The VOD doesn't have the VGM?
It shouldn't. No.
Huh?
Already clipped. Does it come through without the BGM? Split audio. Split audio. Yeah.
Did I split the audio of the BGM?
Yes, you already did that.
I did? Maybe I didn't. Check it yourself. I would never. Nuke the clip. Where's my people? Nuke the clip. Clip has a BGM.
Nope, the background music is in the VOD. The background music is in the VOD, so you're gonna have to do it again.
Oh. Is that worse for me?
Yeah, you shouldn't have laughed. I don't know why you would have laughed, but yeah, no, you're gonna need you to do it again without the background music this time.
Oh, come on. What if people actually like the BGM? Thoughts?
Just trust. We just need it without the BGM, so it's clearer during the sound alert. Because then the BGM will sound doubled if we play it with if the alert goes off.
I don't know if you're just pulling my...
No, I'm like dead ass right now. Like it'll sound weird if the alert goes off with your BGM while your BGM is playing, or even worse if your BGM is not playing, like you're playing a game or something, it's gonna sound weird. She knew what she was doing, Ryu. Don't this poor doggo. She knew exactly what she was doing.
It is poor doggo. No, you're right. It is poor doggo. Don't let Pharaoh fool you.
This doggo is just fine, chat. Fear not.
The doggo is dying.
This doggo is just fine, chat.
The doggo is dying. Doggo is dying.
She is just fine.
I have to listen to it again. Oh, brother. Yeah, I heard that laugh. She's not poor. She received 100 gift. No, you're right. You're so right. Okay.
This doggo is literally suffering from success right now. She is just fine.
I'm listening to the clip. Oh, sorry. Heard it again. I heard it again. Do you think I blackmail myself? Thoughts? I'm not complaining here. I paid for Flustered. I get my money worth. I'm glad you're not complaining, but like...
It's not complaining. It's just, I want to make sure that if we're going to do this to you, that we do it the right way so that it's like worth it.
Why is there a right way?
There's always a right way.
Okay. Okay. I'm gonna have to say the front part so that I can get to the back part. Oh, brother.
Yep. Mm-hmm. It's usually how that works.
Hi, honey. Do you want bath, dinner, or me?
There we go. That's the winning ticket right there. Get it, Sin.
Where's that damn BGM? Give it to me. Oh, there we go. Are y'all just clap? Are you really clapping for me?
They are. They're all really just clapping for you. You did a good job. You deserve to get clappies for doing a good job.
It's made my day. I'm glad it made your day. Yep. Never send it to the girlies.
What is it? Oh, are you kidding me? I'm sending all of this directly to Ray. What are you talking about? There's this, I don't know if you guys saw was it the second of the new Star Trek movies where they had Khan or whatever, and there's a scene where he's like, "You should have let me sleep," and that's Kanna right now. Me looking at Kanna, "You should have let me sleep."
Is this actually your payback? No, chat. No, actually, Farrah's been making all these. Thank you so much for the contribution. Pharaoh's been making excuses. I'm like, oh no, this is for you, suffering from success. No, actually, this is just his revenge. Because I kept him up.
I do nothing for one reason only. Everything Pharaoh does is usually for multiple reasons at any given time. See, these my anime girls, they're all playing checkers, you see. I am currently on 6D chess. Oh, you send it? Oh,
that track.
Let's see.
Can we ban Sen for like a second?
Oh, it's so good. Oh, there it is. That is it.
So
that is the 100 gifto all day long. Do it.
Brother.
Just do it.
Protect Sen. Sen, what about me? Chat, what about me, chat?
You do not require protection. You are exactly where you need to be.
What about... What was that song? What about us? That's me right now. What about me? What about everything I've been through? Oh, man. Oh. I'm not gonna listen to it. It happens rarely. I'm not gonna think about it.
It's super rare. You won't have to hear it very often. It'll be fine.
Yes, you're right. Exactly. No,
That's why we made this. This is the one for the 100 biddies.
No, you're right. You're right. Thank you. I needed that. I actually needed that. Let me see.
There are 100 biddies. The 100 dono. It does not happen that often. You will not have to hear it.
No, you're right. You're right.
All that frequently. I know we need one for 50. I'm still trying to think about what we're gonna do for 50. Let me mull it over. Let me cook. Let me cook.
Save variation. Save. Chat refreshed. I think 100 is there. Probably.
Test it. Make sure.
No. I have to test it.
Test it to
what
make
if I
sure.
put in the wrong sound, huh?
It's yeah, exactly. That's why we're having you test it, because I want to make sure you didn't put in the wrong sound.
Me complaining. Wait. Let me think. Is it? Okay, wait. Refresh. And then 100. I wish this model can show the disgust on my face when I hear my own voice. You put in the 50... first part too? Well, I thought it was just the second part. Cut out the first part. Oh, brother.
No, not for 100. 100 gets the whole 9 yards, buddy.
Someone give me a disgusted emote. Where's my rigger?
You know what?
I
might need Yamu for this because he clipped all of it. But I was just thinking, you know what we could do, Sin, is we could clip no, we've already got we didn't actually use Unholy for anything, did we?
Didn't we have a biddy thing for that?
Did we? No, I think that the biddies is all from the girlfriend stuff.
Girlfriend.
I don't think we actually. You're the girlfriend script that you read, the thingy Indonesian girlfriend thing.
I think there's.
That's all your biddies right now.
Am I crazy? Won't Unholy be copyrighted? Exactly. No thoughts. Exactly.
If we use the part where she's doing the nya, that's not going to be copyrighted.
But there's background music. You want me to it'll just be my voice going nya.
No, I'm saying we could clip it from your. We've already got the VOD for you doing Unholy. We could just clip, like. Is it a bit for Nya Holy?
Fine.
It could be. That's sure the BGM. Okay, I'll figure out something else, chat. Just give me time. Let me cook. Let me think. I'll come up with something good for. Does that mean I should
turn that off?
No, not yet. I'm trying to think what a good 50 gifted subs would be. We've got
someone ban NFS. Time him out. How do you time out someone? Do I have no power here? I don't even know how to time out someone.
No, just don't worry about it. NFS is fine.
I don't know how to. Brother.
Send it to me, NFS. NFS, send it to me. Like cut it up and send it to me. Let me hear what you're talking about.
Get my people. I should get a people.
You have. These are your
get
people.
A people.
These are your people, technically.
Oh, brother. Well, Michi's on break. They have more time to talk. If Michi come back fast.
It's true. I have nothing to distract me from just, being creative with you, Kanna.
There's Ray. She must be doing some shenanigans. Surely.
I don't know what she's up to right now, honestly, and it doesn't matter. It just means that I have more free time to focus on you.
Is that really a good thing, Chint? Hi, Sui. How are you here? I didn't even tweet that I'm streaming for a reason. Good thing I didn't tweet it, chat. Look what people would have walked into. Like this exact moment.
You know what? You should probably tweet that you're live. You should have tweeted that when you went live, honestly, already. This occurred to me what you said.
The gifted sub. I did. You know what? Maybe it was my dog instincts. I had a feeling that I'm gonna do something silly. I was like, people should not know. You know what? I'll just say, don't come. Nothing is here. Literally. Yeah, I'm a genius, actually, chat. I'm a genius. People follow instructions very well, yes?
Definitely. Definitely. 100%.
Okay, done. Why did I tweet it though?
You do. I will give you. You do follow directions fairly well sometimes. Sometimes. Always on stream.
You're so right. Well. Actually, yeah. Don't open Dead Inside. That's what I should say. Ugh. Yay! No, it's working. Actually, it's working. Thoughts? Ugh. It's because I didn't know how long I would stream today. I thought I would stream for like an hour or two because I wasn't feeling well. How many hours we at? Did you laugh?
So many.
Did you laugh? 4?
An hour or two. Lamau.
4?
Yeah, you're at 4.
4 hours?
4 right now. 4 hours. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Do you think I have a problem? Oh my god, it's a slippery slope. It's a
It is.
slippery slope. 4 is
It
like
is.
long, right? Question mark.
I mean, okay, by whose standards? I mean, if you're
But
talking
not
about
Michi, because
Michi
Michi's not
standards,
normal.
yeah, Michi is not normal at all. So, by normal standards, I mean, I've streamed more than 4 hours before.
So it's fine.
Yeah.
Question mark? We're
Considering how
Michi
frequently
streams.
you stream, longer streams is not a terrible thing because you don't stream like every day. So
Do you miss me when I'm not here, chat? Do you
yeah, that's
miss
a
my
good. Oh, thank
calming
you, Endless.
energy?
Where's your food? Did you order it?
Oh my
She
god,
forgot to
how did
finish
you know?
ordering.
No, actually, it arrived a minute ago.
Oh, did it? Okay. Good call, Endless.
Like,
Go get your food.
actually a minute ago. That's crazy.
That's so funny. That's so funny. Go get your food.
What the heck? What the heck is that timing, though? Are you outside? How did you know? Are you outside? What the heck? Are you the delivery person?
I've been in your walls the entire time, Kanna. That hole in the ceiling, that's how I get in.
You think if I look up, the fairy will peek through the hole in my ceiling?
Surprise!
Okay, I'll be right back. I'm gonna get the food.
Sorry, guys. I think I might have dissociated for a minute there. It's been a long week. uh, I love the expression on her face when she left. That's fucking amazing. Yeah, it's been I intend that tomorrow, short of some kind of catastrophic emergency, I will be taking the day off. I've got some I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know what you're talking about. I'm not playing Diablo 4. What do you mean? Good job. Good job. Though I think it being a minute long is a little long. Being a minute long is too long for like a redeem alert. We need like, I don't know, 15, maybe 20 seconds of it. Yeah, but cut it down, like pick the best, like say like 15 or 20 seconds of it. Because a whole minute of that, as funny as it would be, like I would think it was funny, making her listen to herself for a whole ass minute doing that would be hilarious. Okay, Sin, that's fine. I'm all, yeah, we're both, oh man, we're both gonna be gone tomorrow. That's funny. That is actually so funny. We are both gonna be unavailable. That is so funny. Yeah, 13 seconds should be good. Probably like the first 13 seconds of it would probably be perfect. I can tell you're just super excited, Dark. Perfect. Perfect. You got the shh, and that's the important part, is the shushing noise. Kanna is currently struggling in her dark kitchen. It's gonna be so funny. God, that's gonna be so funny. Us chat. It's not gonna be funny for Kanna. It's not gonna. It's not gonna be funny at all for Kanna. Lamau. She is going to be. She is going to be so distressed. Cannot wait for her to get back and behold what you guys have provided for her. That's so funny. Oh yeah, yeah. It's brother. It's like 2 a.m. I have eaten. There is no more eating for me to be doing this day. um, yeah. I have done all of the eating I intended to do for the day. I had originally. No, Christopher, it's perfect. It's perfect. It's part of what makes the whole thing funny is the fact that she's a dog that meows way more than she barks. Identity crisis law. Yeah, it's kind of like, yeah, Gatmoe. She's got the wrong software installed. Yeah, exactly. Cat, dog hardware, cat software. Yeah, I'm like, I'm kind of wondering, did she have to like fight the delivery guy for her food or something? Like, Kanna. 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 She's, she's currently hyperventilating in a corner somewhere, chat, thinking about the things that she just like, recorded. She's currently staring at herself in the mirror, going, "What have you done? What have you done?" Shiba received the food. Kanna is currently fighting with the Shiba for her food. Kanna. The Shiba is currently demanding a cheese tax from Kanna. I'm just picturing in my head kind of looking at the dog begging cutely for a part of the cheeseburger. Go. Good night, Zane. Yeah, get you some food, homie. Grits. I haven't had grits in a while. I've got grits. I should make grits in the morning for breakfast. With some bacon. And eggs. Yes. That would actually be really good. Yeah. Oh, she has returned. Welcome back. So how much of your cheeseburger did you have to give to the dog in order to get back to your desk?
How did you know? I heard her crying when I left the front door. Aw, Chin, I'm back. She was crying and I was like, "Oh, steal my heart, just go get." I kept thinking about her cry the whole way I was getting my food. I was like, I just gotta get back, you know. Man. It took a while.
That dog has you wrapped.
I know. Around her paw, you're so right.
Yeah. Well, we just kind of figured you needed a moment to really reconcile yourself to what you had just done.
I forgot about that already. Sorry.
By the way, I sent you something for the 50 gifted subs.
Something. What is that? I went out and then I saw Miu use the pee pad properly and I was like, "Oh my god, good girl." I forgot everything about what happened during stream. And now I'm being thrust back into whatever this is. What is that? You're
that's what's gonna be
susceptible to propaganda. Pharaoh, what does that mean?
They're not wrong.
That means that they're not wrong. That's it.
It just means that they're not wrong. Don't worry about the rest.
Upload sound. I want to sneeze again. Ayo.
Once you get it set up, we need you to test it.
Do we really have to?
Yeah, we need to make sure it's set up right. It's for 50 gifted. That's a lot.
That's true. But. Wait, I set it to the wrong thing. That's for 50 gifted.
Yeah, that's for 50 gifted.
Okay. Cancel what I was doing. I was doing that for the bit one.
Yeah, no,
to
not for bit.
replace the previous. Oh man.
Yeah, this is for 50 gifted subs, not bits.
Why do you sound amused, Pharaoh? Why is that? Why do you sound
No
amused,
particular
Pharaoh?
reason. No particular reason. It's nothing you need to worry your pretty little head over.
Save variation. Oh, brother. Oh, man. Is this gonna bite me in the butt, you think?
Nah, it'll be fine.
Again, I wish I had a disgusted look on my face. I'll have to test it. Oh, brother. Do you think I should think things through more?
Sometimes yes. These times, no. No, you just gotta go with the bit. You just gotta go with the bit.
Save.
Trust in the bit.
Did it refresh? Yes. Why are we in the jungle? In
What do
the
you mean?
jungle, the mighty jungle. Because my background is not my bedroom. You know what? Because we're in the Wild West right now. I don't know if this... No, this is not what the Wild West looks like, does it?
No, it is not. No, not really, sweetie, not really.
Do you know what's super rare? 200. That's true. It's very rare. It's so rare that I don't think we should make anything for it. Right, Pharaoh? What would you even give for that?
Oh, I don't even know. I'd have to really think hard about that one.
I don't have to think about it.
I don't know how. I don't know how I'm gonna beat the bath. You know, dinner bath with me. I'm gonna have to work on that.
You don't have to work on it.
That's a big ask trying to beat that.
Oh my god, cheese! Oh. You can hear me eating, can't you?
Did you test the new alert, Kanna?
I did. I heard one syllable and I exited. It works. Whatever it is, it works. And I never want to hear it again. Ow. You know what's funny about all this? Michi's alerts weren't her doing. Kanna keeps putting these up. Am I the cause of my problems?
Could be.
Let me think about that. Maybe I'm not. There's a slim chance. There's a slim chance
that you're not the problem.
Yeah, actually. Aw, the cheeseburger is cold. I want to microwave it, but I'm too lazy.
Why in the hell is the cheeseburger cold?
Because it took an hour to get here. Remember, it's from far away.
Oh, they don't have... No, I'm sorry. It's Indonesia. I keep forgetting.
What do you have? Teleportation?
No, we have insulated bags that the delivery people
just came
put
in
the
a
food
paper
in,
bag.
so it stays.
It's okay. But I do want it warm.
Go microwave.
But I just set my butt down.
It'll be fine. Your butt can handle going to the microwave and back again. I feel confident.
My willpower is dwindling.
You do leg day. You'll be fine.
What if a soundbite? Like, oh hell no! I'm gonna go microwave. Whatever that shit is, I'm gonna go microwave. I'll be right back.
You know, Endless, you have thoughts. I like these thoughts. Let me stir these thoughts inside of my brain for a moment and see where we could go with that. Cause I kind of like that, not gonna lie. I could make her read the copy pasta chat. The copy pasta. Ooh woo bulgy wolgy. What do you guys think? You guys know what I'm talking about. You guys know what I'm talking about. The ancient text. The ancient text. Yes, Christopher, yes, the ancient text. I could have her read it. God, that would be funny though. Oh, for 200 gifted, I feel like that would actually be not an unreasonable sound clip for 200. Not the full thing, only part of it. Maybe like the first part of it. The full thing is too long for a sound redeem.
What's up? Want a snack? Want a treat? Hmm?
I think I don't know. I'm really leaning pretty heavily towards that one, chat. I think that would be really good for 200 gifted. I'll have to go and find it again.
I'm back.
I could. Welcome back.
You followed me in.
I have been pondering your fate while you were gone. Yes.
Huh?
Pondering your fate while you were gone. Yes.
I heard you the first time. What is there to ponder?
There's so many things to ponder. What do we do for 200 gifted, Kanna? What do we do?
I thought we agreed to shelf that forever. Ow.
No, you suggested it.
Me?
Oh, not the boy smell. Oh, boy smell would be. That might actually be like the 200. That's not old. That's new. You know what? I'm gonna present it to her chat and see which fate she prefers.
Sorry. Me was staring at my burger. Yeah. That's how she gets when she sees my food. Yes, I am.
All right, hold on. I have to find these things.
Guess who's in the room with me, chat? Yep.
I think this. Yeah, boy. What do you actually? No, I'm gonna ask chat. Chat, what do you think? Boy smell or bulgy wolgy?
The drug has trained you well. Okay, I'll get. Okay, she's just gonna sit there and watch me eat quietly, right, Mew?
It looks like boy smell is winning by a wide margin. Okay, let me find it real quick, chat. Hold on.
What the heck is boy smell? Yeah. That's my dog. Grumpy as heck. Can you guys hear her? And now she's protesting by biting my carpet. I even gave her a treat before I started eating. I just thought that was you. I'm nowhere near as yappy, chat.
And I need quiet. You to perceive what I just sent you in DMs. This is what chat wants for 200 gifted.
What the heck is that?
It's called a copy pasta, Kanna.
Ha 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 ha.
Would you like me to find a recording of somebody reading it for you to give you a reference?
I really wish this model would show the disgust on my face. Sure. Yeah, sure. Can't be worse. Oh, brother. Oh, please show the disgust on my face. I wish you would understand as I'm reading this. Give Kanna Michi. Michi did this? Oh, wait a minute. Wait a dang minute.
Did Michi do it? Send it to me. I can't remember. I don't remember. Did Michi do it?
Oh. But I don't have it on hand. I would like to ask where this came from. But, you know.
It's just the internet.
What
There's
the
too
heck
much yapping, son.
Getting tingles. Oh, brother. There ain't no way. There ain't no way I can see that.
Oh, here's one of Panko reading it. Hold on, son. I think I'm gonna send her the one of Panko. Oh wait, did you found it? Wait, let me see here.
What is this? Oh, boop, boop, boop. I love how I gave Miu a treat. She's eating the carpet, not the treat. Is my dog smart, chat?
I'm going with the Panko version, guys. I'm going with the Panko version, boys. Sorry. The Panko version.
My stream overlay is so bootleg. What the heck is that? I have to listen to this, don't I?
Mm-hmm.
What the heck?
I think the deadpan really fits Kanna though. It's a very gremlin version of it. And I can't use the Numi version because she's sniffing for Numi, and that's not the right approach.
This is deadpan. Boy said. This is deadpan? Are you sure? Are we talking about the same thing?
There are way worse versions of it than this one. I actually tried to find the version that wasn't it wasn't maximally cringe.
This isn't maximally.
No, there's way worse.
There's way worse. Hi. How could it be worse?
Trust me, there's way worse than this.
Oh.
We're gonna let Kanna eat. She's gonna need her strength for this chat.
No, I'm totally. No, I'm not even like this isn't even happening. You know what I mean? I'm just gonna look at my burger. I'm just gonna look at my burger.
She's in maximal denial, chat.
Have you ever had cheeseburger, chat? Do you know what goes in a cheeseburger? There are buns, patties, and believe it or not, cheese. Holy crap, have you ever had a burger? Chat, holy shit, this is amazing. Have I ever noticed how luscious the bun is before?
This is the deepest denial I think I've seen in a long time, chat.
Don't even get me started about the sauce.
Oh yeah? Is the sauce really good, Kanna?
No, I feel something. I'm feeling something.
Feeling something.
Let's talk about cheeseburgers real. Like, actually, I've never actually understood the history of cheeseburger before in my life.
Oh yeah? Never knew what it was about, huh?
No, actually, where did it come from? What's the tradition? What's the history?
That's actually a really good question. I think it comes out of Germany, I want to say.
Oh.
If I remember correctly.
Huh.
I think hamburgers were originally a German thing. Yeah. Because it's like they come from there's a place called Burger in Germany, and that is where they originate from.
Wait. So if
the hamburger sandwich is American.
Wait.
Steak
so hamburger
is German.
Okay. Hamburger is a sandwich. Hamburg is just the thing.
Just the meat, yeah. Hamburg, it's usually referred to as like Hamburg steak, yeah. Just the patty, basically. Usually covered in like a gravy and some mushrooms, at least here anyway. You can get Hamburg steak here.
Huh.
They do. That is a thing that's sold quite commonly here.
A cheeseburger is an LA invention? It is? Huh.
Okay.
Did it, like, okay, so when it was invented, it, like, someone was like, put it in a bun type shit?
Yeah.
And you went, this
probably
is genius.
sounds about right, yeah. The original hamburger was served in Connecticut around 1900. All hail the power of Google.
What if Google is wrong? What if?
It's always possible.
It's like a conspiracy theory. The original was just 2 pieces of... Oh, so like just toast, like square toast, and then circular hamburger in the middle? That's kind of funny. Someone asked for one of the steaks they ordered to go. Huh. It was like low-key accidental type shit then. Like, okay, we'll just eat it in type shit.
Yeah.
Huh. Why is burger so good, Chad?
Now I wish I could have burger.
Maybe I'll get burger
for this weekend. I'd get burger and corned beef potentially. Make burgers one day, make corned beef another.
Wow. Now you're just flaunting, aren't you?
Bring yourself here. You'll be fine, you know. I'll feed you.
I sell burgers at my restaurant. Hello. I order 5. I had burger today. Sen, are we sharing the same brain cell?
I don't think you want to share a brain cell with Sin, Kanna. I'm gonna be real with you.
Why? What's wrong with Sen?
I'm gonna be completely no. This is no. Sin will agree with me. It's like you don't want to be sharing a brain cell with me either.
What's wrong? What goes on in Sen's brain?
Don't ask questions whose answers will leave you mentally incapacitated.
I thought wasn't Sen supposed to be the sane one-ish? Oh.
I'm not sure who lied to you, but
What people on the internet lie to me. Unfortunately, I do think my brain cell is the cousin of the one Pharaoh and Sen share. Your cousins?
Christopher, I'm so sorry for you. There's evil in our brain cells that does not sleep, Kanna.
I'm full. I'll get hungry again, but right now I'm full.
Save the rest of your burger for later.
I finished 2/3, and it was a double cheeseburger, so it's huge.
I'm proud of you. Good job.
I know. I have to take my medicine.
Vitamins. Don't forget your vitamins.
So far, though, it's outside again. I forgot earlier, and I put my door handle again. Guess what happened, Pharaoh?
Did you lock yourself in again?
Thankfully, no.
You know, I was gonna say, at least now you know how to fix that.
Oh my god, I forgot I ordered hash browns. They're in here. Now I'm full. I want it. Should I risk it? Should I get a bite?
No. Save it for later. You're gonna make yourself sick, blah. Save it for later.
Hash browns. I forgot about it. Do I have goldfish brain? Mayhaps.
Yeah, it's entirely have goldfish brain.
Put the big wrench in case you need to break down your door. I wish I could say I wouldn't get locked in again.
It's a distinct possibility, though.
I didn't know that might be a problem until today. That's slander for goldfish. How could you?
Damn. The goldfish don't deserve to be lumped in with Kanna.
Hey. I resent that. I'm out of water. What do I drink vitamin with?
Go get... Oh, you're out of water. Like, out of water. I thought people got you a bunch of water on Throne.
I finished them all.
Did you really?
Yeah, and then I tried ordering more, and the store ran out. I'll find something. I'll melt ice cubes in my mouth. That works, right?
Do you not have, like, any juice or anything?
I have carrot juice.
Why didn't you order a drink with your food, Lahaya?
Oh.
I'm just tired, chat. I'm just tired.
She drank water. We take small. No, to be fair, I only found out that I'm out of water when I came back from getting the food.
Goldfish brain. Oh. Goldfish brain.
Okay, you know what? I'll go scrounge around. I'll find water somewhere. That's not tap water. I'll specify.
I believe in, yeah, not the tap water. That would be unfortunate.
Okay. I will get vitamin and find liquid. Be right back.
Okay. Gonna have to make me fucking DM Ray, be like, Ray. Ray, bring her water, Ray. Honestly, Bahamut, I'm pretty sure the Endo tap water, you would have to filter and boil it, probably. Yeah. I wouldn't drink the tap water from, like I said, you would have to like slap one of those reverse osmosis like filter systems on the water, and then even after that I would still say probably boil it would be safe. Yeah, the water quality is bizarrely bad in Indo, as I understand it. Yeah, yeah. Everybody I've ever known from Indo has always told me, like, Pharaoh, whenever you come to visit, remember, no matter what anybody says, you do not drink the fucking tap water. And I'm like, oh, is it that bad? They're like, yeah, it's 1000% that bad. So I think welcome back.
Hello.
Hello.
I've consumed. I'm so full of water. I found a glass of water outside.
Okay.
Double check them. Yes, indeed. My last glass of water. I will treat you well, water. Stay with me for as long as you can. Where's my vitamin D again? Aha.
I don't know, Kanna. Where is your vitamin D?
It's next to me. I just keep one in every room now.
That's good. For the best, honestly.
Yamu, aren't you on vacation? Hi, Yamu. Nobody tell him what's been going on.
Oh, Yamu, buddy.
Don't even.
Oh, Yamu, buddy.
No, just be on. Yeah, see, literally got off the plane. Just cut him some slack.
Yamu, buddy. I've got so many choice things for you, sir. Sin is your brother from another mother. He has gotten us so many marvelous things tonight.
Oh, brother.
Kanna has really been putting in a lot of work. So much work.
I appreciate the credit, but I also don't know how to feel about it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but kind of be proud you've done so well.
Am I proud of myself on a scale of 1 to maybe?
You should be so proud of yourself. That's some amazing things you did tonight.
So then Yamu can be jet lagged and appalled. Oh, brother! Thank you for the gifted subs, gamer bro. I hope Yamu already I hope Yamu's going through customs or something. Oh no, he's here.
Yamu heard it.
Yamu's right here. No.
Wait till you hear 15, the 20, the 50, the 100.
How many did we make today?
So many. We're working on the one for 200 gifted right now. Or we will be shortly.
Oh yeah, so the hamburger, right?
I
really love that shit. Holy crap, the buns. Who thought of using brioche as the buns? Who's the genius? Who's the absolute
Read the thing.
Read the thing. I don't even know what thing you're talking about.
The thing that I sent you in DMs. The last thing I sent you.
What was the last thing you sent? Oh my god, I can't even click Discord. Holy crap. I can't even click Discord. Yes.
Just do it. You know you're going to in
Do
the
you
in the
realize
end
there's
anyway.
2 paragraphs?
You are struggling for no reason.
That's 2 paragraphs. What looks like 2
Yes,
paragraphs.
and we'll after you record it, we'll figure out what bit we're going to use for the copy pasta for the alert.
We really don't
But you have to record. You need to record the whole thing so we can figure out what we're going to use for the alert.
Oh, Yamu. This is Yamu. Don't you have immigration, customs, something? Get your luggage. Go get your. Yes.
Read the thing.
Oh man.
You could have you could have let me sleep. You chose not.
Honestly, kill BGM first. Oh, Sen. Oh, yeah. Sen.
Good job, Sen. Good job, Sen.
Oh, Sen. Play it at the immigrant. Please don't. He'll get yeeted out of the country. Yeeted out of the country. Okay. Why am I saying okay? Domestic flight. Well, how about that? Well, I have to listen to it again. This is... Oh, man. This is deadpan? Are you sure?
Yes, it could have been worse. I'm trying to throw you a bone here, girl. Give you the least... the least unhinged version.
I can't believe this is the...
I'm pretty sure Rachie has read this before. Like on stream.
This is right... No, this is probably right up our alley, no?
Yeah. I feel like this would be really like a very Rachie thing to
or Ollie.
Oh, definitely Ollie. I know for sure Ollie's done. I'm sure I've heard that.
I'm laughing in disbelief. Have you ever experienced something that you're just like, this can't be happening? That's me as I listen to this.
How did this happen to me? Right?
Sorry, I heard it. Sorry, I heard it and died inside. How do I get through this without cracking or dying in the middle? Thoughts? No, actually, this is worse than singing. No, it's official. This is worse than singing, like, on stream.
Oh, see, so now moving forward, you'll understand that singing is not so bad.
We didn't have to find the maximum. You know what I mean? Did we really have to find where the line is? If you recorded line by line in Audacity, I can piece it together. Sen, I have to say, you have so much dedication right now. The amount of dedication.
Sin is in his happy place at the moment. Sin is experiencing the first undiluted joy he's felt in a long time.
Should I be concerned?
Sin's life is hard.
Sin's life is hard. If Sin couldn't, I can. Oh, you two NFS. Oh, you're all so kind, helping out Yabu and when Yabu's on vacation. I see. Wow. I'm in denial. I'm full on in denial. I have to play the clip. Can I actually say it in deadpan? I could probably say it with the most like dead inside voice ever.
No, I need you to put some sass on that for me.
Some sass?
Some sass, yes.
Is sass the word?
That is the word that I would choose to use in this particular instance.
Oh, terrible. Mew has finally fallen asleep behind me. And she's gonna have nightmares. Because she hears me. So, I have to enunciate the caps locked ones, don't I?
Yes.
I've never. Okay. And I pity anyone. The sooner you do it, the sooner you can get it over with, Aga. Oh, Timmy. Ah, Timmy. Everyone mute stream right now. I need to eat, but why don't you just eat? Thoughts? Why don't you just eat?
Just turn your volume to max, chat.
No, actually, I don't think I can do it. I don't think I can crack.
I think you can do it.
I think I'm gonna crack in the middle.
Well, we'll see.
Sorry, I hear it. I hear it. Oh, I hear it. Okay. Kanna, no, this is karaoke. This is a song. You just need to do what the original song is doing. Kanna,
that's exactly right, Kanna. That's right. Just like when you had to get through Unholy, just do what the original song was doing.
Are you doing impromptu karaoke? Oh, don't. Yeah, that's what this is.
That's it's more like impromptu voice acting. Yes, voice acting.
This is why I will never become a voice actor. I see. Rather. Just looking at the text makes you want to die. Is that normal?
Yes.
Okay, wait.
That is an entirely normal and well-adjusted response to this.
I should take the stupid rats test again. Would that have helped me if I had aced that one?
This is so fucking funny.
My cheeks
hurt. My cheeks hurt.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Your cheeks hurt. My face hurts, sir.
Yeah.
I'm having a physiological response to this text that I'm hearing. Like, okay. I have to decide what tone I want to use. Well, not what tone, but you know what I mean. Which will power me through this ordeal. I sound like I'm about to go through like a pandemic or something, you know, like a life crisis. But this is actually a life crisis. Thoughts? Kanna, I want to ask, are you feeling ever better? No, I have a migraine from listening to this clip all over and over again. This stupid copy pasta. I have a migraine on my right side from just trying to repeat it and internalize what it's supposed to sound like, Chad.
So fucking funny, chat.
Better. What do you think? I'm trying to get how you're supposed to say boy smell. I can't. Oh, wait. I need to get to the part where they say boy crazy. Wait.
Yeah, Crow, you know exactly what's happening right now.
What the heck is it? Delicious. Okay. I'm just not gonna look, am I? I'm just not gonna look. Oh, poor me was asleep and at peace. And this is the moment where you mute the stream, chat. Mute the damn stream. Oh, you're hearing it too. I hate you, Fair. You're right there, aren't you?
Yes, I am.
I'll try one part first. Wow. And then hopefully the cringe will be enough.
Just to power through. I believe in you.
What if I listen to it as I try to say it? Would it inspire me or make me cringe inside?
I don't know.
I don't know either.
I guess it could make it easier for you.
I don't think so. I hear the first sentence and I want to die. I can't believe you're all waiting for this, actually. Why are you here? Go to sleep. There's no... You know how before I had I at least said hi honey to get into the mindset. There's no mindset for me to get to this. There's nothing I can say that'll get me into the... Okay, I'll play it. have to sniff the mic?
Yes.
Can you even hear me sniffing the mic?
Nah, maybe not.
Wait, we'll test it. Oh no, I'm gonna die. Oh, nobody show this to Michi when I'm done. I swear to God, send it to no one. I don't want them to know. Okay, thank you. Full send, I hate you. Okay. Well, at least you can hear me inhale. I hate you. Okay. Did you hear that, chat? I'm just double checking. That's a good sniff. I hate you. I hope at least you know what, Farrah, I'm gonna mute on Discord. You're gonna
I can't hear you sniff, so the sniff isn't coming through on Discord.
But still. But yeah, true. Because if you unmute the stream, then you hear the sniffing. You're right. Lesser.
Mm-hmm. I mean, which would you rather me not hear the sniffing, or would you rather me hear the sniffing?
This is an impressive stalling. I'll have you know, stalling is my middle name. Okay.
She is currently struggling, chat. She is currently struggling so much.
I've never struggled like this in my life. And me woke up. Okay. How can I die? How do I do this if I die just at the sniffing part? Okay. Oh, you're laughing. I hate you. Is it worth it?
It's absolutely worth it.
Is it worth it, Chad?
It's absolutely 1000% worth it.
Is that a boy I smell? Yes, I smell it. Boy smell. I smell a boy. What is a boy doing here? Oh my gosh, what am I gonna do? There's a boy in here. I freak out so much. Calm down. Calm down. Take a nice, deep breath. Oh, it smells so good. I love boy smell so much. It makes me feel so amazing. I'm getting tingles all over from the delicious boy scent. It's driving me boy crazy. Kill me, just kill me. Actually, just fucking kill me. I wanna die. I'm never doing that. Actually, I'm never doing that again in my life ever. Pharaoh.
How did it come across on stream, chat? Sin? NFS? Perfect. Love it. That is the look of somebody who is really reconsidering her life decisions right now. That will be the 200 gifted dono alert.
Brother.
It's gonna be the full thing too, because the 200s don't come very often.
I sent Miyu out. I don't want her to hear me crash out.
Oh god, make sure Yamu gets all of these, and Yamu needs these in his life.
I felt a part of me die inside.
Yeah.
Chat.
That's you're one step closer to living a life without shame, and see, then these things won't bother you.
Oh, is that the goal, chat?
Yeah, you just have to be the right kind of dead. Oh god, Cow, when Cow finds out, I do hope you are absolutely fucking cooked.
Nobody tell. Let's keep it a secret, chat.
Just wait until Cow finds out. Cow,
you know what they say, if you share a secret, you bond. You know?
you go, Kanna. Oh shit, there's the 50 going off.
How long is this alert? Bakawali, thank you so much for the 50 gifted sub. No, I'm happy. I have mixed feelings. That's a lot of gifted subs, but thank you. Wow. Did you really deadass already send me the file for voicemail?
Yes, I did.
Was that like what, 5 minutes?
Doesn't take long. My team's good. My team's good.
Nuke
That's so funny. I got one.
one.
NFS Sin out was actually just a few seconds faster than you were.
You guys are insane. Wow, you're so efficient for things like these. I don't know how I feel about it.
That's your 200 gifted alert there, sweetie. Go ahead and get that set up for me.
I think I died inside. A part of me died inside, chat. Pharaoh's so happy.
It was worth getting back out of bed. It was worth it.
Look at it this way, it can't get worse, Aga.
Are you sure about that?
It surely cannot be worse than that, honestly.
Yeah, hold on. I'm gonna send you the thing that I was originally gonna send before somebody said voicemail instead.
Was it better or worse? You know, one day, if I pass away and someone opens my PC and they just play MP3s, you know what I mean? Someone's gonna have to nuke my PC, chat. Someone's gonna have to nuke the internet, actually. My PC is not the problem here. Someone nuke the internet, please. Thank you.
So before she was a shark and then a fish, she was the blue doofus, and she recorded this.
They're saved on my cloud. Wow. You know what? You should save space. Do you know how important cloud storage space is? What is that?
Just listen to it. That was what I was originally going to hit you with.
Okay. It's playing. Uh-huh. Here we fucking go. Oh, bro. Bro. What the heck are licky wikis? What? Wait. You know how when you experience something shocking and then you're like, did that really happen? Now I'm replaying it because I'm dumb. What the heck?
She's trying to sing it. That's the best part. She's already trying to sing it. Oh. Take it easy, Chris. Thanks for coming, homie.
What's a bulgy walgy?
Don't worry about it. I'm not explaining what that song is about. I'm just saying it would have been pure fucking comedy. But we're not doing that now.
Furry shit. Na, 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 na. Yeah, okay.
Oh
Why
God,
am I here?
it's not hard to like. I could totally explain it to you, but it would probably peel back layers of your brain that you're not ready to have peeled back yet.
Why am I playing it for the third time? I'm still confused.
I don't know. Why are you playing it for the third time?
I'm distracted by the dancing lady. You know?
Mm-hmm.
Fairy shit. That's all I know. Okay. Thank you for that.
That is an old internet meme.
2018.
Mm-hmm.
2018 is a long time. Okay, you're right.
Old by internet standards. By internet standards, I'm already dead.
I can't even tell which is worse, honestly. Is that bad?
I think the voicemail one was a lot less bad, honestly. If you understood what that, I'll explain it to you later, sweetie. Not right now.
You know, chat, maybe ignorance is bliss. The more you don't know, things don't bother you. You know? You can live your life blissfully unaware.
The more you understand and the more trauma that understanding causes you, the less things bother you because you've seen it like worse. You know what I mean? It's all like comparative. Like I've seen so many terrible things that nothing really bothers me at this point.
Me trying to understand. I think I understand.
The power of trauma.
I need to close my tabs because my tabs are just like, do you want bath, dinner, or like voicemail and well this.
Close them all. Close them all.
Close them all, and then there's hi
leave.
honey.
I'm just gonna. Hi.
Licky wiki, what the heck? Okay.
That's so funny.
I'm slowly recovering from the mental damage.
I can't wait.
Good now.
I cannot wait till the first time Cow or somebody redeems one of the, does what they do, and Kanna gets jump scared because she'll put this all out of her mind. Chat, she'll forget. That's the best part. And then somebody will drop a bunch of subs on her, like especially God, the first time she does a subathon. Oh, it's gonna be so fucking funny. Rename it the Traumathon. It's not gonna be a subathon. It's gonna be a Traumathon.
So Kanna, still looking forward to more streaming. Aga. Maybe the 8th of May is a good day to retire. And as I leave my legacy... What is my legacy?
I mean, we got a lot of things to choose from now. Voicemail.
So like there's two choices here. Do I cut my losses here now, or do I double down? You know what I mean? Because I can continue on streaming, but then at the same time I'm at risk of doing more stupid things. Do you
double down? Definitely.
This is why I don't go
triple
gambling,
down.
Chat.
Triple down. This isn't even gambling. You're you're literally losing nothing. But wangy. Oh no. Yamu, I need you to send me the wangy.
Yamu should go through immigration. Oh, you're in domestic. Did you get your luggage? You should go to baggage claim.
You should
do something.
When you get a chance, send me a script or something for wangy because I forgot about wangy. That would be good.
I'm already in the taxi. It's okay. I'll forget about this tomorrow.
There's a copy pasta, if I remember correctly. There's a wingy copy pasta somewhere.
I don't think I can do that. I set up the 200 gifted something, but I didn't test it or hear it. I don't think I can. I think I will die. I think I will take literal mental damage.
You've got to test it though.
I don't. It probably works, chat. It probably works, chat.
You need to test it though. You need to make sure that it works. That's for 200 gifted. That's huge.
Okay. I'll play as soon as the first part plays. I'm done. Or I guess the sniffing. Oh, brother! Yeah, no, it works. It works. It works. Wow, I should have taken like 5 steps back from the mic. I really sound like a crazy... I sound like a lunatic. To chat, did you know I sounded like an absolute lunatic. Nobody ever give me 200 gifted subs. Ban them, whoever does that. That never, it should sounds hyper. Oh man. I really do sound like I have things unhinged in my head. Did I do? So funny.
I don't know. I don't think Kanna has ever actually said who her husbando or waifu would be.
Are we talking officially or not? As in, like, I know officially I'm supposedly Ollie's third wife or something. Someone made a timeline somewhere because she had so many.
Right.
I don't know if that's even official or not, but you know what I mean. Don't send it to her.
Oh no! Don't worry. All of this is winding up in the send. You've got all this collected. Just go ahead and drop it on Ray and let Ray know that it needs to go to. That it needs to go to.
What's that thing? Deep fake. It's all fake. It's AI.
To the girly, this server. Thank you, Sid. Appreciate it.
It's AI.
See, guys, the one thing you'll always know about me is I will never do anything behind your back. I will sit here and make eye contact with you while giving your execution order.
It's AI. Kanna, do you want animated fan art? I mean, depends. It doesn't have any sniffing in it, will it?
The answer is yes, Kato. The answer is yes. Yeah, I'll help you out. The answer is always going to be yes. Kanna appreciates all the art that her fan base makes for her.
I do, but suddenly I have trust issues because Pharaoh's here.
Oh, perfect, Kato. That's amazing.
Oh, my arms. I feel AI can't even mimic the fraction of how the sniffing is. We don't even talk about it. Being on the internet gives you trust issues, doesn't it? Pharaoh, check DM. What else could there possibly be?
You don't have to read it out loud, but I just need you to understand that this is potentially in your future.
I would like to not accept whatever it is that might be in my future.
Just look in the DMs.
I don't even know how to say those words. I know how to say those words, but I don't know how to say those words with that many caps lock. And A's, for frank's sake. I need a disgust toggle. I need a disgust toggle on my face. Want an example? Actually, no. What if it just haunts me at night? Why would I need an example? Because I'm not doing it. NFS.
Not yet. Not yet. You know, let me pin this real quick. Hold on. Not yet.
Why would you pin it?
There's a subathon at some point in your future.
Unpin message. Aha. Aha. Did it work? Did I successfully unpin a message?
Because I can
You
just
sent
pin
me
it
an
back
example,
again.
NFS. Am I curious enough to play it? Don't do it, Kanna. Don't do it, Kanna. Don't do it, Kanna. Don't do it, Kanna. It's fine.
Do it, Kanna. Do it. Press play.
I don't think I can do it ever as well as Ollie does, chat. Effortless, I tell you, that's effortless. Okay. Wow. Wow, I should have let Pharaoh go to sleep. But to be fair, I didn't summon him here.
She sends DMs of her door handle in the group chat lying on her desk. And what did she think was going to happen, chat? What do you think she thought was going to happen?
Question marks? Was what I thought was gonna happen.
Mm-hmm.
You know? Question marks.
And you could definitely handle Ollie Wangy would be well within your abilities.
Says who?
Me? Chat?
I don't like this whole situation.
Kanna's gonna have to go like sit down and cuddle the dog for like the rest of the day now to recover the mental that she lost during the stream.
I'm so like everything screws me up so bad that I somehow am got my OBS thing rearranged and I don't know how to fix it. I have so much mental damage that I don't even know where to begin, chat. Okay.
God, I can't wait till the next time Cow shows up and just doesn't even know and drops subs on Kanna and one of those alerts activates. It's gonna be so fucking funny, dude. It's gonna be so fucking funny. You can see the brain damage. You can see the brain damage. Don't look at me.
Oh, I barely have eyesight. Oh. What the frick is going on in this collab? Oh, my head. Oh, you know what the good news is? Now I have a migraine on the other side too. So technically, if I have a migraine on both sides, is it just a headache? Is that just a headache? Thoughts?
Yes.
Is that a good or a bad thing? Why do yep, those are my last drops of water. Can't numb the pain away with like carrot juice.
Can you order some more water, Kanna?
I'll see if the store restocked. Oh. Have you ever the clip where she told the story where she French kissed myself? No, actually. No, I actually have not. My brain. Is this what brain damage feels like, chat? The
I'll
slippery
take you in a
slope
pets. I'll
wasn't
hang on
this.
to it.
You don't have to. The slippery slope wasn't the 5.5 hours of streaming. It's been 5 hours? Bro, why are we here? But the alerts you made along the way. Oh, that's so right. Someone pinned that. Someone remind me of that. No, I'm gonna write that down. That's so important that I realize you have to have had a brain first. I'll have you know, there may be only one brain cell up there. But it's up there.
Where Atlas is struggling tonight, chat. Atlas is struggling.
The slippery slope.
3 a.m. I'm going to bed. I think I've done as much damage as I possibly can for one night.
The slippery slope is the alerts.
I love you, Kanna. You're one of my favorites.
Are you? Am I?
You are.
I don't know how I feel about that anymore.
This is the sad part is this is how I treat the people I like the most.
What was the word we used before? Sadistic. I see. I see, Pharaoh. I see how you roll. We don't judge over here, but as the direct victim, I don't know how I feel about it.
It's just, you know, update me when you get your Twitch payout. Okay, that's when I want to get an update from you.
Thought you were gonna say, let me know when you have a door handle so that when you get out, you can pass out.
Jesus, the door handle. Oh my God, Law. You need a wrench. Oh God, you need a husband. Oh yeah, Jesus.
You know, if they hear my internet track record, I don't think anyone will marry me. Think about it.
Have we
think about
chat,
it.
Have I ruined
he ruined my chances. This is it, chat. You're all I have. Good night, Pharaoh. Go sleep before any more damage occurs. Okay. Shambles. Absolute shambles.
Goodbye, chat.
Have a good sleep, Pharaoh. Don't dream of whatever that was. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Oh, chat. Oh, chat. I'm gonna forget about this. That's a problem, right? Oh no, but if I forget about it and every one of you also forgets about it, it's fine. It's fine. Yeah, no, it's fine. I gave it like 3 seconds of thought, and it's probably fine. The internet will make you remember. But what if, internet, that we should all forget? Will you remember the 5 and 10? Then it'll be a surprise mental attack. I thought you were going to sleep, Pharaoh. Oh my God, Pharaoh! I forgot. You have the cheer badge. I don't think I saw it a lot before. Am I just dumb? But like, look, you have a dog next to your name. That's so cute. Oh, brother, you know, this is why when I say I'm gonna stream for like 1 to 2 hours, I should stick to it. Look what happens if I go over. Look. This. Aw, man. Aw, man. Suffering from success. Is that really the word? Suffering, yes. I can't see. Glasses. Nope, let's do this. Ugh. Cracking all my joints. Putting down my crossed legs. Did you get new glasses? No. I couldn't really find the model that I like. There's one that's kind of decent-ish. I'm gonna find a different store, I think. So I'll have to go again. But I'm 80% sure my eyesight did get worse, and I probably need new... What is it called? Lenses? Prescription majiggy? That thing. I haven't gotten my eyes checked yet. Because you have to buy the glasses first. Then they check your eyes. Or just go for the prescription checking. You don't say... But I thought you were asleep. You buy glasses and then they check your eyes to measure the thing that they need to get. You know what I mean? Yeah, you buy first and then you get your eyes checked second. Is that not how it works? That's how I always did it. What? That's not... You get them checked first, but they check it anyway when you buy glasses. Hi! Thank you for dropping by. Right? You pay for the glasses first, they check the eyes, and they make them after that. See, exactly! You understand me. You understand me. Right? Yeah, because then you get the eye check for free. I didn't know that you can just get your eyes checked first and then go get the glasses. Because I always thought just buy the glasses and then they check your eyes. Not in Indo, you can just check without buying. You can just check without buying? Like, if I go to the glasses store, I'd be like, can I check my eyes, please? Hello, you know? Yes. But like, what if I don't buy from there? Then they get nothing. Wouldn't right? Wouldn't I feel bad because I'm like, oh, I just get my eyes checked for free but buy nothing type shit. Yeah, see, no, Bahamut got... That's exactly... That's how I've always done it. Technically, it's pretty true. It is true. But if I had bought it first, then they would be... Did they get commission? What do those people get again? Yeah, they won't keep my record. Your feeling is a different matter. Because I would feel bad. I would be like, can you check my eyes for free? I just checked my eyes this morning. They only changed 0.25, so I decided not to buy a new one. Ah. You can use Pepper Jess to check your eyes? I didn't know that. Huh. You can use, what is it called? Insurance? Is that what it's called in English? If you buy glasses, they do give the prescription card, but I lost the box and the card ages ago. National, yeah, you can get new glasses with the national insurance. Are you sure? Huh. Okay, wait. Okay, chat. I am officially out of water. I have like 1 tablespoon left. Wait. Okay. That was my last drop of water. I should probably buy water because I thought we were gonna stream for 2 hours today. Kanna. Forget everything that has happened today. Tomorrow is a new day. After you stop streaming, everyone will forget. Right, chat? Usually insurance give, but limit like once a year. Huh. Okay. I'm gonna go buy water, chat. Unless somehow water falls from the hole in my ceiling. Please don't fall. Please don't leak. Please don't leak ceiling of all things. Thank you for accompanying me. Yapping chat. I honestly need mental recovery after what just happened. Like, my brain already forgot it, but I feel a disturbance in my heart. Like, something's not right, you know? And that hasn't happened before. Usually, I'm just like, and then I forget. But somehow, I feel like deep in my heart, damage has occurred and I don't know what to do with it. Thank you for the head back. Me. Skill issue, I hate you. Okay. Let me just say, where's my people? And nuke the VOD. Someone nuke the VOD. Yamu in taxi, nuke the VOD. What people? Surely there must be people somewhere. Mocha. Okay. Let's see. I know. Okay, I have to find people to raid now, don't I? That's a thing. I just need more people I know. Thoughts. Okay. Who is this? Who are you? What you do? What you do? Kuku Agiri is live. Oh. Do you know this person? Wow, I know no one. What's... Lulu is pretty cool. Wow. Actually, I thought I was just gonna like stream for like an hour or two. I thought I was just gonna like... Cause I wasn't feeling well. Both physically and like mentally. Feels like it's been a very long week and I'm so tired. And I was just gonna like... Honestly, I was just gonna sit here quietly. And like... maybe sing some songs to like calm myself down. And then end stream. That's not what happened today, chat. As one of Farrah's people, give me the username. What is the username? What's Lulu's username? Why is it Kuku Agiri and then the username and then she's Lulu? Is that a typo? Okay, sure then. Why not? That's a long story. For real. There's always next time. Oh yeah, now I've accumulated more damage. So then the songs I sing will be more damaged? Question mark? Oh. Thank you for accompanying me, everyone. I didn't even announce it anywhere. The stream, other than actually going live, because I thought it's gonna be a short stream anyway, right? And if I was gonna sing, I'm too embarrassed to summon more people to just hear me sing. But here we are. Have a good, wonderful rest of your day. If you're heading to sleep, have a good rest. If you're staying to watch Lulu, I hope you guys have a blast. Look at your notes. What's in my notes? Did I take notes? The last thing I noted was the slippery slope is the alerts we made along the way. That's literally... That's from Dark, right? I should note that down. That's above it. Standing lamp and for kitchen and... buy duct tape and plastic sheeting. Does a plastic bag that's from the burger place count as plastic sheeting? You had an email. I had an email. Wait, that's not even in here. Where is it? Oh, it is in the previous page. Oh, brother. Bye, chat. They're already gone. Rate them. Go. Beep beep. Oh, brother. I'm still on stream, aren't I? Haha, embarrassing thing in the world, she said. Haha. I'm still online, aren't I? What the heck is a failed Korean man? She said embarrassment. Modview kept me here in the dark. Gajin, don't look at me. I'm just watching the thing. Wait. I'll slowly segue, Dark. No, it's just you and me here. Nobody knows. Nobody has to know. Here. Nobody knows. Nobody knows, Dark. Nobody knows, Dark. Don't ask!